conducted entirely remotely, with commissioners appearing from different locations. All public comment will be taken remotely as well. Members of the public wishing to call in and offer comment may do so by calling area code 213-306-3065. Again, that number is 213-306-3065. When prompted, please enter code 248-147-06427. Again, the prompt number is 248-147-06427. When called, please state the item you are speaking on, or whether you're speaking on general public comment. You will have 2 minutes per item for a total of 5 minutes on all items. We may go into recess from time to time if we have technical difficulties and lose the quorum. When calling in, if you're listening to the presentation on your computer, please turn it down so that we don't get feedback. At this point, I will turn it back over to the board secretary for a roll call.
Thank you. President McCLAIN-HILL?
Present.
Vice President Reyes?
Present.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS? Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS?
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner NEEMAN Brady?
Present.
Board members present in a quorum.
Terrific, thank you. I'd just like to open this meeting by noting that that it is being devoted, all of our presentations today are being devoted to EV infrastructure, and we are joined by a number of outside participants to assist us in the exploration of this topic. As everyone is aware, we are in new and exciting times. In terms of our planning, our electric energy and power planning in general. And while there's so much work to be done, both in terms of our long-range strategic planning, LA equity strategies, and LA 100, we are also building and flying this plane at the same time. We've been very successful in meeting previous EV infrastructure goals. However, it is, given the current state of affairs as it relates to the overall goal for both the state of California and the city of Los Angeles in terms of EV, electric vehicles and transportation electrification, the revisiting of this issue at this time is both appropriate and timely. As a result, we are going to make a few changes in the context of this meeting's presentations. In addition to my opening remarks, our general manager will move his general manager report to the top of the meeting. We will also move the entire presentation package on EV infrastructure to the top of the meeting. We will hold public comment so that it follows the presentation on EV infrastructure. With that, it is my pleasure to, and we will also have introduction of future motions immediately following the presentation on EVs. With that, it is my pleasure to turn the meeting over to our general manager. Mr. Adams.
Thank you, President McCLAIN-HILL. I appreciate it, and it's nice to see all of our board members again. I have a few brief items I'd like to cover so that the board and the public who's listening is aware. First of all, last meeting I mentioned that this is National Preparedness Month, talking about emergency preparedness, and of course this is critical amongst our employees since, you know, when there's an emergency in Los Angeles, we are expected and are committed to respond, which means people have to be ready at home in order to leave their families and be able to come to work to serve the rest of the city. And so last week, our Office of Emergency Management hosted an emergency preparedness webinar. This year's theme was Prepare to Protect, and that webinar featured Captain Rico Gross from LAFD, Jessica Kellogg from the city's Emergency Management Department, and Stephen Shurik from our own Water Quality Division. We had about 300 folks that participated, and learned about how to be more prepared both at home and in the workplace, how to properly store emergency water supply, and what to do after the emergencies that we would normally experience, such as wildfires and earthquakes here in the LA region. And there will be a video recording available that soon for all employees to view who are not able to attend. I also mentioned last meeting that we're about to kick off Hispanic Heritage Month, which actually officially began September 15th. And we were very excited this year to have a number of events planned. And all of our listeners, as well as the board members, can refer to a bulletin that Joe Romalo and his communications division put out about a week and a half ago. We can make that available again, listing all the activities. But we did kick off the month last Wednesday with an interactive virtual tool of La Plaza de Cultura y Artes Museum. I apologize, my Spanish is not better, which celebrates the cultural influence of Hispanics in Los Angeles. And that virtual tour was conducted by Monique Earl, who's our Senior Assistant General Manager of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, the museum's Chief Curator, Karen Cruz Hinden, and Associate Curator, Esperanza Sanchez. On Wednesday, October 13th, and coming up in a couple weeks, at lunchtime, we'll have a meeting entitled Mi Vida, Voices on Hispanic Culture, Traditions, and Life. And this will be a virtual employee panel, and it'll be moderated by our senior AG Gemma Water and Selma Collins. And we'll have a number of employees participating on that panel and talking about their experience and their cultural experience, and also their work and life experiences as well in Los Angeles. We had a kickoff meeting last week for the long-term, this is the Strategic Long-Term Power Plan, known as SLTRP. Another long set of initials, thank you for the power system. And that was talking about what's the next step for the LA 100 study. So this is the roadmap that will provide reliable, affordable, equitable, and sustainable power resources for LA's residences and businesses. This is basically the next step in the LA 100 study. This is actually deciding what projects need to move, and included representatives from communities, businesses, public agencies, and other stakeholders, a very diverse group of people participating in this. Some of the same folks that were involved with the LA 100 advisory group have committed to continue to be involved with this, as well as new folks really helping us develop a robust and actionable plan with a 25-year horizon so that we know how we're going to get to a decarbonized city in the future. And so with the release of the LA 100 study, we know we're getting to 100% clean energy. We know it's feasible. And so with this follow-up study, this will further tell us and more refine how we're going to get there exactly. And so we appreciate the group's commitment. They have an intensive schedule for the next few months of helping advise us and to gather input so that we can put this plan together for the future endeavors of the power system. We did have another vaccine event. We had the vaccine events regularly. We have another one that was last Thursday, and probably one this Thursday. I apologize, my Thursdays mixed up. This is with St. John's Hospital and also sponsored by IEW Local 18. We are also getting some participation from other city agencies who contacted us about being able to send employees and their families to this event. And we welcome everyone in the city family to participate here at Water and Power to help get more people vaccinated. We are continuing to collect data on vaccine status. Our due date for employees is this Thursday to let us know their vaccine status, and also asking their intent if they wish to apply for or expect to apply for a waiver from getting a vaccine and how that will work. We're continuing to negotiate with our labor and management partners and with the city as a whole. Our public affairs division continues to push out information regularly about COVID-19. They have regular blasts going out to remind employees about reporting, to let employees know the status of COVID exposures here at work, which luckily we have very few and a continually decreasing number of cases. But this is an ongoing effort, and I look forward to the next time we have a report to the board to give you more detail on that. Customer Service Week is October 4th through 8th. This is an annual event every year, and the goal is to enable every employee here to be a positive customer service ambassador. We're offering a full slate of virtual events focusing on three very dynamic divisions of Water and Power and looking at their best practices for serving both external and internal customers. So that week of October, we have enterprise cybersecurity services, which I know as board members you receive normal notifications from. a group that does a lot to make sure that we stay safe from a cybersecurity standpoint, and have been very successful and very customer focused here. Also, our meter reading group, who not only serves our customers and has tremendous amount of customer interaction in the field, but also serves providing information to those of us here in the office. And our water treatment operations at the LA Filtration Plant, who is customer focused entirely on providing good quality water that feeds the city. So Cybersecurity Awareness Month is also in October. Then we have a number of events planned with our Enterprise Cybersecurity Services team. They'll be engaging staff with a number of activities and challenges through the month, really to help educate people about how they can better protect themselves, not only at work here, where we have a lot of protocols, but also good cybersecurity practices at home to protect themselves and their families. Lastly, I wanted to mention that our last board meeting also mentioned about a virtual job fair in the Owens Valley. We had a very good turnout. It was our third such fair we did. We had over 70 participants at that job fair, and it was a great effort for both water and power divisions, as well as our customer services folks and human resources folks and public relations, talking about what opportunities there are to work for the department, how you can get a job in the Eastern Interior region, and what it takes to apply, and listen to some of our own employees talk about their experiences, and really try to continue to gain some interest. As you're aware, we are working with the personnel department to do focus testing in the Owens Valley, and try to get folks who live and grow up there to like to work for the department to become the department employees in that region. So this is a great step forward and a great success. So with that, I'll complete my report unless you have any questions.
Are there any questions from board members? Seeing none, I am happy to begin item I. And to lead off the presentations, we will start with Mark Wenzel, who is the manager of light-duty electric vehicle infrastructure and analysis for the California Energy Commission. He's here today to give us an overview of this issue at the state level. Thank you very much, Mark, for joining us today.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. California is moving very rapidly to zero-emission vehicles, or ZEVs, which include electric vehicles. We have a number of policies designed to accelerate that transition. Too many I'm afraid to cover in any detail today, but I plan to give a brief overview of the policies and programs that we have underway with a focus on infrastructure. I'm going to be talking primarily about electric vehicle infrastructure, but I want to say up front that we are also investing in hydrogen fueling, manufacturing, and workforce development, which we may have to take up another time, I'm afraid. California has ambitious goals for ZEV adoption. Just about a year ago, Governor Newsom issued an executive order setting the goals that by 2035, 100% of new passenger vehicle sales, all drayage trucks in operation, and all off-road vehicles where feasible will be zero emission, and all medium and heavy-duty vehicle operations will be zero emission by 2045. Equity is an essential element to achieving these goals, and the CEC is aiming for half of our clean transportation program investments to be in disadvantaged and low-income communities. There are a lot of state agencies working on these goals, coordinated and organized by the ZEV Market Development Strategy that the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development leads. Very broadly, the Air Resources Board is responsible for the vehicle regulations and incentives, and we at the California Energy Commission are responsible for infrastructure. On the vehicle side, CARB is implementing regulations and providing incentives that include Advanced Clean Cars 2, a regulation that's under development that will extend the current ZEV mandate for light-duty passenger vehicles and trucks. There are also a number on the medium and heavy-duty side. So, for example, the Advanced Clean Trucks rule requires truck manufacturers to sell zero-emission trucks. The Innovative Clean Transit rule for transit buses, zero-emission airport shuttles, and under development an Advanced Clean Fleet rule for medium and heavy-duty fleets. They also run incentive programs such as HVIP, which offers funding for clean, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles. In parallel, the CEC is working to accelerate ZEV infrastructure, both for light-duty and for medium and heavy-duty vehicles. On the light-duty side, we're funding both innovation and deployment. The goal of our innovation projects is to accelerate the development of technologies and business models. For some recent examples, we just published a grant opportunity for charging for ride-hailing, taxis, food delivery, and other on-demand transportation services. Later this year, we'll publish opportunities for charging at multifamily housing and charging to serve rural drivers. These are some of the harder cases to electrify, and testing new approaches is still needed. On the deployment side, where the models are more mature, our strategy has evolved over time. 10 years ago, we offered rebates for chargers in single-family homes. Then we focused on fast charging along corridors to give confidence for long-distance travel. We're in the middle of a $200 million project now called LADWP, which offers first-come, first-served rebates for level 2 or DC fast charging with a standard low-threshold application. So focus really on rapid deployment and letting the market tell us what the best applications are. LADWP includes a project to fund DC fast chargers in 4 Southern California counties, including LA County, that launched in 2018. And that will be followed up next spring with a project to provide rebates for level 2 chargers in the same counties, again, including LA County. And we've recently proposed awards to 2 block grant implementers to follow on to LADWP. The implementers will be working with the CEC to design the next generation of projects that incorporate lessons learned and current opportunities, including continuing to increase our focus on equity. Medium and heavy-duty vehicles are particularly important for equity considerations, since these vehicles have higher average mileage, tend to have higher emissions, and are often concentrated in disadvantaged and low-income communities. For example, those that are near ports, warehouse districts, and along highway corridors. We have recently issued grants for local governments and private entities to plan for zero-emission vehicles and infrastructure. We have a successful school bus program that is deploying approximately 230 electric school buses and are supporting infrastructure to replace diesel buses in disadvantaged communities and funding ZEV truck infrastructure and transit infrastructure. This year's state budget included, as part of the California Roars Back plan, nearly $1 billion in one-time funding for ZEV infrastructure. In partnership with the Air Resources Board, which has additional funding for the vehicles, we expect to deploy vehicles and infrastructure for 1,000 additional school buses, 1,000 additional drayage trucks, and 1,000 additional transit buses. And we're also going to use some of this one-time funding for the light-duty block grants, which is good because we're going to need it. The CEC also does infrastructure analysis, and we recently published the first report under Assembly Bill 2127 that requires us to predict charger needs. We found that supporting 8 million ZEVs by 2030, in line with the Air Resources Board's mobile source strategy, will require about 1.2 million chargers for light-duty vehicles and 157,000 DC fast chargers for the medium-duty and heavy-duty segments. So again, that's by 2030. So looking ahead, we see some opportunities and challenges. One is scale. Achieving these goals requires rapid and steady acceleration of infrastructure deployment, manufacturing, workforce development, consumer awareness, local permitting, and utility action. Second is in continuing to evaluate and shape our projects to make the best use of public funding. How do we hand off mainstream charging to the private sector? We see a long-term need for public investments in equity, but how do we create the greatest benefits for those communities? A third is the role of vehicle grid integration. It's a potential way to avoid costs, including demand charges, a potential revenue stream to accelerate investment, and it's also an important part of a larger energy strategy to meet our long-term climate goals with renewable and distributed energy resources. And the last one I'll mention is coordination. There are lots of public and private actors in this space. How can we best collaborate to achieve these outcomes? We do have some significant tailwinds that will help us out. The state has set clear policy direction towards zero-emission vehicles. This sends a clear market signal, and we're seeing the private sector react to it. There are EV options for a broadening range of consumers. EVs were California's #1 export in 2020, and that's poised to continue growing. Tackling transportation emissions is an investment in equity and clean air. And EVs have lower operating costs and lower maintenance than combustion vehicles. There are opportunities there for lots of sectors, including goods movement. Changing industry is difficult, but something we have to do for the physical and economic health of the state as we compete on a global stage. We need all stakeholders from the federal, state, and local level to work together to support this transition. And on that note, I'll say that I appreciate the chance to talk with you today, and that we're glad to work with LADWP and open to deepening that collaboration. We encourage you to make the investments that you can and set good policy. We look forward to meeting our collective goals together. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, and I just, could you please repeat the number that you're forecasting in terms of EV charging stations that will be needed statewide?
Yeah, statewide, 1.2 million chargers for light-duty vehicles. And that is what we call public and private shares. So those are public chargers and then also ones that are not assigned to an individual at, for example, a multifamily housing unit or at workplace charging. So those could be private shared. There are additional investments expected in dedicated chargers, for example, single-family homes, but we see less of a public role, so we didn't forecast. Our forecast divides those out. And then for medium and heavy duty sector, 157,000 DC fast chargers by 2030.
And did you break down how many of those would need, did you break it down geographically by any chance?
It is, it's broken down by county, and I'm realizing that I don't have the number for LA County at my fingertips, which is an error on my part. I apologize for that, but I'll be happy to follow up with it.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions from commissioners before we move on? And Mr. Winslow, will you be staying with us, or is this our only shot at you?
I'm happy to be here through the public comment as well.
Thank you so very much. Then are there questions at this time, or can we move to our next presenter? Seeing no questions, next up is our own Lauren Faber O'Connor. She's Chief Sustainability Officer for the City of Los Angeles. Lauren.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, all our commissioners. Thank you so much for all of your hard work and dedication to the department, and thank you for spending today on this topic. Mark, it's wonderful to see you as a former colleague at the California EPA. Thank you for all your leadership at the state as well. And I thought what I could do today is just give a little bit of a kind of background and context of how transportation electrification fits into the overall work in the city around moving off of fossil fuels, fighting climate change, and creating a healthier Los Angeles for everyone. You can move to the next slide. The work that we're doing, I think that this audience, you all, you know why we're doing this, you know what the state of the problem is. The board, you all are leaders, and thank you so much to the staff at the department for your hard work. It's incredible what we've been able to accomplish in terms of our move to decarbonize LA's economy. But what we're seeing here is just headline after headline after headline reminding us that the problems are getting worse and we have to move faster. Just a few months ago, the UN declared a code red for the planet, and it gives me chills to talk about it. Everything that we're doing here is in the name of really protecting people on this earth, protecting our children, and maintaining a future for Angelinos, where Los Angeles is habitable and enjoyable for the people that live here and generations to come. We know that transportation is a significant contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, and we know that it's the most significant contributor to air pollution, a problem that plagues Los Angeles more than any other region of the entire United States. And by addressing these issues head on through transportation electrification, it becomes equity solutions. These are problems that are disproportionately impacting vulnerable communities, disadvantaged communities, frontline communities who have historically faced these types of environmental and economic dislocations, and this just doubles down on it. So what's so exciting to me is that the work of this department, solutions are at our fingertips. And next slide, I'll show you a little bit of how this all fits in. So when the mayor released LA's Green New Deal in 2019, which followed on a history of his work in sustainability, the 2015 Sustainable City Plan, and his work before that, and followed on, the history of the department as well. This was really about marrying environmental protection, economic prosperity, and equitable solutions to this work. The path to carbon neutrality looks like this. And all you need to do is pay attention for this conversation to the yellow the yellow portion of the slide of the graph, and you'll see that that yellow bar almost goes to zero, but for the purposes of this conversation, we're talking it going to zero. Transportation emissions, but for that little slice left in 2050 that we haven't quite figured out yet around planes and ships. So let's say outside of the jurisdiction of today's conversation, but everything inside of the jurisdiction of today's conversation is getting us down to zero, eliminating that yellow bar. And that means all types of vehicles on the road and frankly off-road as well, except for planes and ships in the context of this conversation. And it's, overall, taken together, all of this work, and DWP has roles in other parts of this that are not for today's conversation. We're looking at significant health benefits, significant cost savings, and significant job opportunities, and really career opportunities. And I'll get into more specifics around the transportation sector in just a moment. So next slide. Just a reminder to folks of what the city's goals are, headline goals are within LA's Green New Deal. At its core, we are transitioning the vehicles in Los Angeles, light duty, medium, heavy duty, that's, personal vehicles, trucks, buses, vans, to 100% zero emission by mid-century, but even by in the next almost 10 years, going from what's 2% of on-road electric vehicles to 80%. And thank you so much to the state for pushing of late so many, new targets around when combustion vehicles are no longer allowed to be sold in Los Angeles or as in California, as Mark was talking about, and not able to be driven. So that allows us to accelerate even these goals that were set a few years ago. But that's the charge ahead of us. That is 25% by 2025. That is the charge ahead of us to transition all vehicles. That includes the work that we're doing with LADWP, with the Metropolitan Transit Agency, with MTA to convert our bus fleet, nation-leading efforts to convert our bus fleet, and of course, nation-leading and global-leading efforts to convert the truck fleet and the other equipment in the Port of Los Angeles to zero emission. And I'll come on to that more, but an incredibly important opportunity and challenge that really the department has worked together with the port and other city departments. When we do all of this, next slide, we reap incredible benefits. Again, these are environmental justice policies. We see significant premature deaths. We see extended morbidity to people, most often people of color, who are exposed to air pollution, and air pollution that's coming most notably from vehicles, whether that's off our freeways, whether that's haul routes of freight vehicles coming through neighborhoods, in and around where people live, near warehouses where freight is coming in and out, delivery vehicles. All of these issues are disproportionately impacting people of color, but all of Los Angeles and the entire region. So this work has massively extended benefits. It also saves us significant amount of money that can be reinvested into the economy by avoiding healthcare costs. And as I said before, we're creating careers, 1,500 jobs just in the next couple of years to deal with the electric vehicle infrastructure that we've been talking about previously in Mark's presentation, the work to electrify our buses. 10,000 jobs are anticipated through the entire supply chain. Next slide. This slide you don't have to pay much attention to. I just wanted to keep it because actually the conclusion is kind of cool, which is of 50 actions reviewed by ICCT. So just, don't even bother right now. You can look at them later at the vertical lines, but just understand that 50 different actions that 50 cities were reviewed to look at who's doing the most, Now, to electrify transportation, who's doing the most? Thank you to the work of this department and all of our sister departments, because Los Angeles is ranked number one, 44 out of 50 points, in taking every possible action that we can think of to transition our vehicles to electric and really move, move away from fossil fuels. So I want to just, contextualize that LA is taking this problem head on, and we should be really proud of that. But we're in a code red for the planet, and we have to figure out ways to move more efficiently, to continue to think creatively. It's incumbent upon us. We're in a position to lead the way and help solve challenges that multiple utilities and cities, states are all facing. Next slide. A couple of examples of how this really is a citywide approach and why we are ranked so highly. We just internally, we take coordination very, very seriously. And I know that that's very important to you as commissioners, is making sure that the city departments are working together and we're not creating unnecessary, unnecessary barriers, unnecessary slowdown to the work. And so we're really happy that we've been able to maintain an EV task force across the city where everyone, including the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, but most city departments are represented in figuring out how do we transition our own fleet, how do we change over our own infrastructure, and what are some of those bumps along the way that we can smooth out that's good for the whole community of Los Angeles. We have leading electric vehicle building in terms of the requirements for both EV ready and EV charging installations in parking lots and parking spaces as there's new construction. We already have a requirement for 30% EV ready and 10% of stations installed, and there's work now to even increase that further. We have charging stations across the city, more charging stations than any city in the United States, thanks to the work of the department. It's incredible. Rebates. We've been able to really accelerate the proliferation of chargers, and we're doing it really creatively. The department is doing a lot on its own. We also have other city departments, whether that's our General Services Department, our Bureau of Street Lighting, who have been part of that solution. But it all does come back to JWP and enabling a lot of that work. There are other ways for us to hasten the pace of transition, and that the department can think about how it plugs into, no pun intended, a lot of this work. So we were really excited to see a partnership with City Council to move forward what we're calling zero emission delivery curbs throughout the city that you'll start to see, particularly in and around downtown. You'll start to see them in the coming months, where we're prioritizing access to the curb for zero emission vehicles. And we do that because of the clean air benefits that we know that we will reach for those communities. And we want to find every that the city has to be able to transition people out of fossil fuels. Next slide. I've mentioned equity and a focus on frontline communities a few times, and that's on purpose because that's a core tenet of LA's Green New Deal. That's a top priority for all of you, which we are so grateful for. And, well, really, even a shout out to Vice President Reyes for, your incredible work spearheading when we shared an office up in the mayor's office many years ago, for spearheading what has become a staple program in the city, Blue LA, to provide clean electric vehicle access to low-income communities in the city. And while this is a program sitting at the Department of Transportation, making this program possible and making the expansion of this program possible always does come back to the department in terms of working together on the charging infrastructure and the supporting grid infrastructure to that. It's an incredibly important program. It proved vital to vulnerable populations throughout the pandemic to be able to have access to these vehicles for essential services. And we're really proud of this program that is really a joint program across city departments. But you all are leading and ensuring access to charging infrastructure in managed communities already. This is super exciting kind of core value. And what it also does is help develop a workforce around this sector. And, you know, through a fantastic state grant that we received, the Sustainable Transportation Equity Project, we've been able to work with LA Trade Tech to help on electric vehicle charging infrastructure workforce development through our partnerships with Lacey, which of course the department is incredibly supportive of the LA Clean Tech Incubator and their Advanced Prototyping Center. You know, they have a fellowship program all around EV vehicle maintenance, fundamentals, around charger maintenance. We've seen a lot of exciting entrepreneurship coming from there as well. So the partnerships that you all foster are yielding great benefits as well. And my final slide, if you want to change to the next one, is just to acknowledge that there's a pace and scale that we're dealing with. And I think, Commissioner President, this is, you know, some of what you were getting at earlier. There's a pace and scale that is awe-inspiring, it is daunting, but it is, for me, incredibly motivating. And that's where I think we can really focus our energy and attention, is how do we clear barriers to get to the pace and scale. This is not a challenge that is unique to LA or LADWP, but as I said, LA can be at the forefront of helping solve those challenges, whether that's deploying those chargers through our work with rebates, through streamlining processes, our work to ensure that the grid is ready to support that kind of infrastructure, to be able to have the vehicle to grid relationship that Mark was talking about. So this isn't just about, you know, the getting people to do good things by incentivizing. There's actually a lot of work with our own infrastructure that we have to plan for and get those plans in place. And we can work with the private sector, and we can work with the state and the federal government, and we can work with other city departments to get that right planning in place. A great example of that is working more with the Port of Los Angeles, because we have incredibly ambitious goals at the port, and those goals are not achievable to reach zero emission transportation in a part of the city that needs it so desperately, needs clean air so desperately, without partnership from DWP. And it's not to say that DWP hasn't been paying significant attention to the work down in the San Pedro Bay Area, but there's always more kind of problem solving that we can be doing. We mentioned buses, school buses, that medium and heavy duty fleet, and supporting infrastructure is an area where those, you know, layers that we can pull back from the onion. And I look forward to working with you on those solution sets, and I just really appreciate your dedication and your commitment to leading in such an important cause and such an incredibly exciting part of LA's future. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Are there any questions for Lauren at this time? Lauren, will you be participating through the end of this block, or are we going to lose you shortly?
I should be able to stay. I will let you know if I do have to leave, but I will plan to stay.
Okay, terrific. Then are there questions of any, from any commissioners at this time? Seeing and hearing none, we will move to our next participant in the meeting, and that is David Giron, representing Council Member Mitch O'Farrell, who has been extremely active and a leader on these issues. David, please.
Thank you very much, President McCLAIN-HILL and Commissioners. My name is David Giron, and I, as was just mentioned, I'm Senior Advisor to Councilmember Mitch O'Farrell, who chairs the City Council's Energy, Climate Change, Environmental Justice, and River Committee. And today's a very exciting day for us. In fact, the council member we expect that he will be voted by his colleagues to become pro tem of the City Council, joining Council President Ernie Martinez in leadership. So it's an exciting day. And again, thank you for having me here. As some of you know, as many of you know, on August 5th, just a few short weeks ago, President Biden set an ambitious goal to have at least 50% of all new vehicle purchases in the United States by 2030 be zero emission vehicles. That means battery electric, plug-in hybrid, really everything under the sun. The president set aside $7.5 billion for this initiative, and LA certainly will do its part to meet the president where he stands. As many of you know, just recently also, on September 1st, Council approved the motion which set the LA 100 Strategic Long-Term Resource Plan in motion, which very excited to work with LADWP, will create a zero-carbon Los Angeles. In fact, each of the methodologies identified in LA 100 or pathways truly focus on one very common fact. The decarbonization of the transportation sector is common and urgently needed. So this meeting that we are all engaging in is extremely important because focusing on the transportation sector makes sense. No matter what, we have to clean up our cars. We have to clean the transportation sector and turn Los Angeles, which has been known for smog and bad air, into a model for the rest of the country and the world. And like I said, the fact is that, and we all know this, that the decarbonization of the transportation sector will impact working class people and communities of color directly. A lot of these folks live next to major arterials, freeways, commercial corridors, and truly suffer the most from dirty vehicles. And like my colleague Lauren just mentioned, a lot of wonderful, great work is happening right now, has happened. Councilmember O'Farrell and his colleague, Councilmember Krikorian, have banded together to introduce what they're calling the EV master plan on the city council side. The fact is that we are here today in part because of the many initiatives from LA city government to make sure that our city is a modern city, a clean city, and a progressive city, especially when it comes to the decarbonization of the transportation sector. With that said, I want to echo what, again, Lauren had mentioned about the great work that departments have done, in particular LADOT with the Blue LA program, Bureau of Street Lighting with their public chargers. Both of these two departments together and programs represent some of the most used EV infrastructure in the city. With that said, we're very excited to participate and to be here with you all. Especially thanks to you, President McCLAIN-HILL, and the rest of the Board of Commissioners and the wonderful staff at the Department of Water and Power. All of you together are doing amazing, wonderful things that are going to push LA to the future, to a clean, green future. And thank you so very much for having me and for allowing me to speak. I do plan on staying for this session, President McCLAIN-HILL, so thank you for the time, and I appreciate all of you and look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. We truly appreciate the partnership and the support and vision of Councilmember O'Farrell, along with his other colleagues at the City Council. We are truly, privileged to live in a city with the vision of the policymakers that has been amplified and expressed over the years. Beginning with the mayor and certainly the entire council. So thank you so very much for participating in this meeting. And with that, we will turn to a presentation by our own department, focusing on the various various aspects of our EV infrastructure programs, including rebates, new business, and planning. And I just want to say that certainly we are always happy for the kudos with respect to the significant work that we have done, and our staff deserves a tremendous amount of credit for not only reaching but exceeding all of the goals that have been put in front of them up to this date. We are here today, however, because we're confronting an entirely new kind of challenge in this regard. And in order for us to be able to meet those challenges, it's really important that we, in a very forthright and transparent way, look at what it will take to get from where we are to scale in order to actually be in a place where we can support the level of electrification in the transportation sector that is contemplated by our city leaders and by the state. So with that, Reiko, can you tell me who is leading off here? We're very interested in this portion of the presentation.
And just before you go ahead, Reiko, excuse me, sorry, President McCLAIN-HILL, I just wanted to say one thing really quickly is that unfortunately I have to pop off for something very urgent at 11 o'clock, so in 15 minutes. I will return, but I want everyone to know that it is not because of a lack of interest or passion for this topic. I have reviewed the materials and I will return as expeditiously as possible.
Great. So good morning, President and Commissioners. You've heard a lot this morning about the work and the excitement related to this EV effort that makes us the leader in this space and has led to an incredible amount of effort and resources to do this. That what we know must be ramped up to get to where we need to be. And while we recognize the critical and important role transportation electrification plays in reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the city, and improving air quality for our Angelenos, it also helps us to maximize the amount of renewable energy in our service territory. And so today's presentation by staff on vehicle electrification and Charge Up LA rebate will be highlighting these efforts of the department going forward. So today's presentation will be a team effort and cover 5 important areas. All of these will be presented by 3 different managers that supports the deployment and adoption of EV charger infrastructure in LA. So number 1, our Charge Up LA rebate program and the associated goals that will impact the extent and pace of EV adoption in LA. Number 2 will be associated with the distribution infrastructure and the role in this process. As you may know, LADWP operates at a 4.8 kV distribution grid. Most of other utilities in this space have 12 or 16 kV distribution voltage. And what that means, those other utilities can deliver 2 to 3 times the amount of power through their wires than LADWP's legacy system. So that includes a lot of challenges that we have to overcome and get through. And so much of our system is over 80 years old, and you're well aware of overloads when we have high heat days or heat events that we have to continue to improve. And fortunately, we do have the PSRP program where we've invested billions, but that's a small percentage of the overall challenges that will come to our distribution grid. So for these first 2 pieces, we will have Yaman Nani. He has been supervising the electric vehicle transportation program development team over the last 2.5 years and was very recently promoted to one of the power engineering managers. And so he will be the manager in charge of distribution engineering. So it's up to him to help figure all this out on how we get those distribution improvements, how we work with our system agencies, and to get the enhancements as well as overcome the challenges that face us. The third piece is the actual interconnection process with power to business. This expanded load, as well as new and expanded development, is reviewed, analyzed, and may require further engineering of our staff. This work is performed in power to business, and a typical EV charger is the equivalent of about a half of a home. So we've interconnected 13,000 EV chargers. That's about 7,000 homes, the equivalent. And if you look at the DC fast chargers, that's the equivalent of 5 to 7 homes. So doing this while ensuring reliability is extremely important. And so this group needs to look at the existing system when we get someone requesting interconnection to look at what is our capacity on that 4.8 kV system? Can we handle that new load with our existing system, or are there upgrades that are required? And when there are upgrades required, our rules require that the developer pay for those. Otherwise, those costs are borne by the other customers and can have disproportionate impact with specific classes. And this is consistent with the way most other municipals also work. So presenting on the EV design improvements in the interconnection process will be Mr. George Nino, the Manager of Service Planning and Power New Business. The fourth piece is after the customer is interconnected, this is the piece of ensuring that the customer or the vendor receives the rebates from the Charge of LA program. After ensuring all program requirements are met. And for this, we have George Raphael. He's the Director of Customer Service Division, and he will be presenting on those processing efforts, enhancements, and improvements. And lastly, the fifth piece, but critical and important piece, will return to Yaman, who will discuss how we're ensuring equity in the rollout of our EV program. So we will start with Yaman, and congratulations, Yaman, on your recent promotion and your first presentation to the board as a new engineering manager.
Thank you, Rico. I really appreciate it, and thank you to the Honorable Board for assembling such a very exciting panel, both at the state and local level. I am truly humbled and honored to be presenting today on behalf of the power system, and we'll go forward from here. So, so what we wanted to do today's theme is to really show how LADWP is going to align our infrastructure, our EV infrastructure goals to align with state goals, and also how we're going to be scaling that infrastructure in our programs to get there, and also how we're going to be improving equity in both access to EV charging and increasing participation to our programs. Particularly for low-income and disadvantaged communities. So Rick already covered the flow, so we'll be looking at how we're going to be revising our charging infrastructure goals, what actions and strategies and initiatives we're going to take to get there, and then Mr. Giorgino will cover the EV service design process and how the improvements they're making there to handle the scaling up that's going to be needed. And then George Raphael will cover the rebate processing and improvements they've been making. And then at the end, we'll go back and cover some of the equity initiatives that we're taking on, particularly in our used EV rebate program and residential charging station rebate program, and then also some of the outreach efforts that we're going to be undertaking. Okay, so first of all, with regards to EV adoption and charging infrastructure goal. So Mr. Wenzel, covered, what the state is doing both on a policy level, on an analysis level, and even, providing incentives to the state to get to where we need to be for zero-emission vehicles. So, and really, there is should be credit due to Governor Newsom, who, by putting forth the executive order N7920, he's really set a really strong drive with that executive order, and it really provides time for automakers to scale up and market new zero-emission vehicles to consumers, and as well as also provides further impotence for providers of charging and refueling stations, as well as electric utilities, to plan for and support that increasing consumer demand for these vehicles. Okay. Now, with regards to that infrastructure assessment that Mark covered already, I'll just briefly kind of touch upon some of the assumptions that were made for the modeling, as well as some of the changes moving forward. Now, that assessment looked at what is needed to transform the industry and electrify the passenger vehicle sector, as well as the medium-duty and heavy-duty commercial vehicle sector. But particular focus on that 1.2 million charging station looked at what is it going to take to enable inter-regional as well as intra-regional driving, meaning short and long-distance travel using plug-in electric vehicles, and as well as ride-hailing with regards to ride-sharing companies that are providing services who have also set very ambitious goals to electrify a large portion of their driver vehicles to be zero emissions by 2030. So the study, looked at current vehicle attributes, What percentage of charging is done at home versus at work, and then how the vehicle technology is going to adapt over time, as well as considering that we are moving forward with more and more long range battery electric vehicle, how that's going to impact the charging in the future. So the CEC partner up with the National Renewable Energy Laboratory to conduct the modeling using its EVI Pro 2 and EVI Road Trip tools. And they also pulled in the University of California, Davis to conduct the assessment for the ride-hailing trips. And then also they partner up with the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory to conduct the assessment for the medium and heavy duty needs. So again, the study will evolve over time, and we will keep a close eye on it. However, we have been very receptive of it, dissecting it, and really using it as a platform to scale up our infrastructure program. The study will adapt to new trends in technology. Look at vehicle adoption and changes in EV range, as well as behavioral changes. I mean, we saw that very recently with the impact of COVID. How does that affect driving behavior and where people elect to charge? Okay, now before we get into the revised goals, you've probably seen several iterations of this graphic from previous presentations, but I wanted to include it again as a recap because this terminology will be referenced throughout the presentation. What are the charging options available right now in the market? So level 1 charging, this is a charging a charger that really comes with most OEMs. More car manufacturers provide a charger with the vehicle when you purchase it. This can be plugged into a regular 120 volt outlet, either from your house or any outlet that's available that's 120 volt. Now this is good for vehicles that have a short range battery, also known as a plug-in electric hybrid vehicle. But and this will give you about 3 to 5 miles of charge per hour. But it really takes about 20 hours plus, and sometimes it can take several days to fully charge a full electric vehicle. And we really have to think about this, in terms of the driver experience and equity, because there are policies out there that are pushing level 1 charging for multifamily units, but does this really provide them the confidence in being able to utilize electric vehicles, on a frequent basis for long distance travel if they have to wait, 24 hours or 48 hours to get a full charge? Now,
Can I ask you a question? You said there are policies that are pushing in. Is the rationale that those are cheaper to install and quicker to install, so just get them out there?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. And yeah, I mean, from a cost perspective, it is easier to put a 120 volt circuit versus a 240 or a higher voltage circuit. So okay, now what we're doing at DWP, our programs have really been focused on level 2 charging, which provides a higher rate of charging. Now these can be installed in single family residence by installing either a 240 volt outlet or hardwiring one of these chargers directly into your electric panel. We've incentivized thousands of these through our rebate program for workplace charging and multifamily units. Multifamily units are actually the majority of participants currently in our rebate program, and have taken advantage of our rebate program quite extensively through our level 2 charging station rebate program. And these charging stations provide a significantly quicker charge rate than the level 1s. You can get an 80% charge in about 4 to 6 hours, right? So really these are good for long dwelling places, such as when you're at work, when you're maybe at a mall or a shopping plaza, you'll be there a few hours and you can get a very good range out of this. Now the DC fast charging is really the option that provides that kind of gas station experience, right? And we see these being installed throughout public parking lots, shopping plazas and retail. And the idea with this is to really get as close as possible to that gas station experience, and then really in about, for some of these higher powered charging stations that now that are coming in at 350 kilowatts plus, you can really get a very good 80% charge in about 20 to 30 minutes. Okay. So now when we look at where we're at with regards to our previous goals, we had set a goal of reaching, 25,000 commercial chargers by 2025 and 28,000 chargers by 2028. Now, these initial goals were largely driven by the prior executive order from Governor Brown, which was issued in 2018, and then also, of course, to maximize, the utilization of electric vehicles during the 2028 Olympic goals. And it's important to note, as previously mentioned, to take kudos where kudos is due. We have essentially increased the number of commercial charging stations, right? So this includes the level 2 charging stations as well as the DC fast charging, 11-fold since the beginning of 2018. We went from about 1,250 charging stations to close to 14,000 now. And this is really largely due to our rebate program, which I'll talk about a little bit later. But now when we assess these targets against the new CEC AB 2127 assessment, we see that there is quite a bit of work that needs to be done. So we really are at the tip of the iceberg in terms of where we need to be in order to accommodate and facilitate the acceleration of EV adoption in the city of LA. So we are going to essentially have to triple and actually quadruple our targets through 2030. And the goal by doing this is really we would be accommodating the adoption of about 750,000 plug-in electric vehicles in the city of LA, which based on the currently registered amount in our city would amount to about converting to 25% of our current vehicle stock to zero emissions by 2030. So really, so if you look at here, our plan right now is to ramp up from where we're at today to 45,000 by 2025. So this would be essentially doubling our current target. And then from there on, we would be ramping up significantly at about 15,000 charging stations a year from 2026 through 2030. And this is really the significant ramp up here is due to research that we have done that shows that many OEMs are targeting sub $30,000 vehicles to be available to the mass market at this time. So there is going to be a significant need for more chargers at that time as more and more people start to adopt vehicles in that time frame. Right, so we talked about the success that we've been able to accomplish over the past 3 years, and much of that is largely due to the rebate program that we've had. So 90% of the commercial level 2 charging stations in the city of Los Angeles have been funded through LADWP's Charge Up LA rebate program, and 11,800 of the commercial level 2 charging stations paid to date have been paid using proceeds from the sales of LADWP's low carbon fuel standards, as well as proceeds received from the sale of carbon allowance credits. So we really owe a big thanks to our environmental and sustainability division for opting into that program 4 years ago and for getting us these credits. Now, I wanted to show you a breakdown and give you some statistics on where these charging stations are going. So as of now, there are approximately 1,946 locations throughout the city of LA that have charging stations installed. Of those 1,900, 1,100 locations are actually publicly accessible. And this is a big deal. We now have over 1,000 locations in the city of LA where our customers and people who work and and come to LA are able to charge. Now there's a lot of work to do still in terms of equity and increasing access. So because only 19% of the high power stations, so we have about 337 DC fast chargers that are installed in the city of LA. Of those, 255 are publicly accessible, but only 19% of those have been installed in disadvantaged communities. And out of the 1605 level 2s that have been installed, about 30% of level 2s have been located in disadvantaged communities. So there is a lot of work to do, and really, ideally our goal is to reach 40% of all public charging stations in the city of LA to be located in DSCs, which is equivalent to the proportion of our service territory that is identified by the Cal Enviro screen as being in disadvantaged communities. Now, it wouldn't be fair to talk about all these numbers without comparing ourselves to others. So in terms of how LA compares to other municipalities with regards to access to public charging, in terms of charging stations per capita, we are currently ranked number 4 for city according to this report that was recently published by the International Coalition on Clean Transportation. So according to the study released just recently in September, their analysis also confirms, which is no surprise, that electric vehicle growth is linked to greater availability of public and workplace charging. So you see here the Los Angeles metro area saw a large, about 30,000 vehicles adopted in the calendar year 2020. And again, that is largely related to the availability of public and workplace charging. Now, the study discovered, as mentioned previously by Lauren, that in general trend where areas with the most policy actions and programs tend to have higher uptake in electric vehicle adoption.
I just really quickly, you mentioned Los Angeles and then you said LA Metro. So
Yes.
is this ranking based on our service area, or is this ranking based on LA Metro and what's included in LA Metro? Is that all the LA County?
Yes. Yeah, so this is LA County and Orange County.
LA County and Orange County?
Yes.
Okay, and just because I'm curious, and we'll get into that in greater detail as we move through this conversation, but I'm very curious as to how we stack up vis-a-vis other, vis-a-vis other areas or the infrastructure that's outside of our metro, outside of our service area versus inside of our service area. Because based on this, we're getting credit for Santa Monica and Beverly Hills and, places that, just looking at our own map, it seems as if more affluent areas are drawing infrastructure investment right now, as opposed to some of the areas that we also have interest in. So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, absolutely. No, very good point. And that is what we're going to talk about in terms of how we can improve more private investment in underserved areas.
Okay, perfect.
So, and just to close off this slide, again, we are still ranked as the #1 city by plug share, right? But plug share looks at it in terms of total charging stations for any city, right? So we are right now, out of any city, we have, close to 3,000 publicly accessible charging stations. The next city that's closest to us is San Diego, and they have about 1,000. Okay, now to recap this first section of the presentation.
I'm sorry, just really quickly, if we looked at it per capita, do you know where we'd be?
Yeah, so per capita, so we are number 4 right now. Right, I mean, looking at it from a metro area, yeah.
No, for the city of LA.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, so for the city of LA, we are about, so we're about right here, we're about 800 charging stations per million. So really, in this range here. And we are seeing about close to 10% adoption in terms of new vehicle purchases.
Okay.
All right. So to recap the first section of this presentation, this visual presents an overall picture of our goals and how we're going to realign to our goals to be in line with the state targets. So this tells us where we need to be in terms of improving access to EV charging in our city, so we can reduce the range anxiety, spur EV adoption, and become the #1 EV-friendly city, both in the number of chargers and on a per capita basis, but also in terms of providing equitable access to all of our customer base. So right now, we currently have a target of getting to 500,000 plug-in electric vehicles by 2030. So in order to align with the state goals, so we consider ourselves to be about 10% of the vehicle population in the state. So currently we have, based on our account, we have about 73,000 plug-in electric vehicles registered in the city of LA. So we'd like to, put an interim goal of having 250,000 vehicles by 2025, and then ramp up significantly from there to 750,000, which would put us in line with the state goals. Now, that 8 million number that was mentioned for the state goal, that includes 5% hydrogen-fueled vehicles. So if you subtract that out, the goal for the state is about 7.5 million when it comes to plug-in electric. So we mentioned also we'd like to get to 120,000 charging stations by 2030. So this means that we need to ramp up to 117 level 2 charging stations. So currently we also, along with the stations that have already been installed, we have another 4,500 level 2 charging stations that are in progress that have been submitted to the rebate program. So we're really about 26,000 from the interim goal that we want to establish. So that means really we need to install about 6,500 charging stations over the next 4 years to get to our interim goal. And then from there, we need to ramp up at about 15,000 charging stations over the following 5 years to get to the 117,000. So along with that, a large, a very important goal also is the DC fast charging goals. So again, 60% of our customer base live in multifamily dwelling, and I'll talk about how, where they charge and how this impacts them. But essentially, we're going to keep our current goal of having 1,000 DC fast chargers by 2025, and then triple that goal by 2030 for DC fast charging. So there is quite a bit to do for this charging sector, but we believe that achieving these new goals is what's needed to transform the industry, bridge the gap for access to public charging, and then it's going to help us spur this targeted EV adoption.
Ask you, Eamon, about the rebate program.
Sure.
Because I've heard from many people that they have to wait for months.
Yeah, so
to get a rebate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We do want to acknowledge that we have had some challenges with the rebate program, and we will be covering that quite in depth a little bit later in the presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. The next presenter.
Okay, so I'll keep going here. So apologies. So the next section here is, what initiatives and strategies are we going to pursue to get where we want to be. So as mentioned by Reiko, one of the key things is first that we have to do is really proactively prepare our grid for the EV growth. Right, so I'm gonna be talking about what we're gonna be doing specifically to get there in a more proactive way, how we're going to continue our customer rebate programs, incentives, how we're going to continue capitalizing on our city partnerships, and as well as some of the direct installations that we're doing at DWP, and how we're going to work closely with the EV industry and public charging station providers to increase equitable access to public charging. And then also later on, as time permits, I can also get into some of the targeted education and outreach campaigns that we want to deploy. So one of the things that we're doing, starting actually this year, we are now taking a more proactive measure to accommodate for load growth from EV charging on our distribution system. So our most recent distribution and receiving station load forecast included the estimated peak load that would be anticipated from new EV charging infrastructure that will connect to our grid based on our revised targets. So these loads were allocated by station across our service territory based on current EV adoption and the forecasted adoption moving forward. So now what this does is it allows us to look at each substation and proactively start upgrade projects to increase the capacity in these areas where we anticipate EV loads to grow in the near future. So if you can see here, we anticipate that the loads onto our distribution system over the next 8 to 9 years is going to grow fivefold from where we're at today. So another initiatives that we're taking over the next 13 years, taking some of the cues from the LA 100 study. As Rachel mentioned, our 4.8 distribution system is highly stressed, with over 23% of our 4.8 kV feeders, which are the wires that serve our customers, being overloaded. So the LA 100 study is projecting a large increase in distribution system capacity is required to accommodate significant growth in DER adoption, such as solar, also as well as energy storage and the loads that are coming from EVs. So over the next 13 years alone, we'll need to grow our distribution station capacity by about 800 megawatts and our receiving station capacity by 650 megawatts. And as part of our grid modernization efforts, we'll also be looking at converting portions of our 4.8 kV distribution system to a higher voltage. Now, as Rachel mentioned, this initiative will be especially important for EV charging as higher voltage systems can accommodate more loads at a single location. So, for example, a 12 kV system can accommodate approximately 2.5 times the amount of load that a 4.8 kV system can accommodate using equipment that is much smaller in footprint and at less cost than our 34.5 kV system. So just to put this in perspective, essentially right now, for high power charging stations, on our 4.8 kV system, we can accommodate about 2 to 3 high power charging stations without having to push the customers to our 34.5 kV distribution system. So upgrading to 12 kV means that at one location, we can potentially accommodate anywhere from 6 to 8 high power charging stations, based on the output of those stations. Okay, and then moving on again. So really, to get to where we need to be, we're going to have to capitalize on our strength, and our strength has been largely driven by our rebate program and the funding that we've been getting from the California Air Resources Board, LCFS, and carbon allowances programs. So over the last 2 fiscal years, we have been able to significantly scale up infrastructure. We have offered over $80 million in rebates funding over the last 2 fiscal years. The large majority of that has gone to level 2 charging stations. And of those charging stations that have been applied for, approximately about 2/3 of those charging stations are going to serve the residential multi-unit family dwelling market. And so really since 2016, DWP has offered over $97 million in commercial EV rebates, and really, much credit is due to the board, which allowed us back in 2019 to spend up to $40 million per year offering rebate programs, and we have taken advantage of that. So we really are going.
You're on the wrong slide. There's an commercial EV charging station rebate program slide. That's the slide before this one. Thanks. That one skipped over. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Yeah. So to go back, so these are the rebate programs that we have been offering, right? So we have 3 active commercial rebate programs. So the first one is the level 2 charging. So right now, business customers and as well as managers of multi-unit dwelling apartments can get up to $5,000 towards the level 2 for installing charging stations that are located in DACs, and then 4,000 elsewhere in our service territory. So these rebates allow us to increase access to charging in multi-family unit workplaces and also public destinations. Our DC fast charger program, which was launched about 2 years ago, improves access, to fast charging and alleviates range anxiety. And then most recently, we also have launched our medium and heavy-duty vehicle charging station rebate program, which is helping to electrify the medium and heavy-duty sector, which is, as mentioned, is one of the largest sources of pollution across the transportation sector. Okay, so going back to this slide, apologies for taking it out of order. So we want to capitalize on the success of our program, and essentially we're going to have to ramp up these programs significantly in order to achieve the targets by 2030. And again, when we want to look at why we have been very successful and compare to ourselves to other utilities and other state programs. So one of the reasons that we have been successful is, again, the scale that we have been implementing our programs and the rebate amounts have been very attractive to the industry. And essentially, as mentioned, by the board allowing us to offer up to $40 million per year, essentially it set a signal to the EV industry that DWP was serious about meeting the goals, and that is why we've had such a good success over the past couple of years. So when you look at the commercial level 2 rebate programs, comparable out there, we are offering 40 charging stations per location where a customer can get a rebate, whether it's a workplace, a multifamily unit dwelling, and we've been offering approximately $24 million a year for that program, and we currently have approval to continue that through 2029. Other utilities such as SCE don't really have a large focus on rebate programs. They take more of a make-ready approach where they are trying to install the infrastructure themselves, but they do have some rebate programs available for new construction. Right, so we are, when we look at the other programs, we are really on par. Some nearby utilities do have a slightly higher rebate program for DACs and low-income housing, but they do limit the amount per site to $50,000. This is both for L2 and DCFC. While for us, one location can receive up to $200,000 for installing level 2 chargers if they are in the DAC, and this really creates economies of scale and spurs a larger number of installations in our service territory. And again, largely our program has been to date has been funded by proceeds from the low carbon fuel standards program as well as the carbon capture allowances. The same thing with our DCFC rebate program. We are really on par or better to other programs. We're offering currently about $6 million a year for DC fast charging. We're going to be increasing that this fiscal year to $7 million because we've seen very large demand for this program. And we currently offer up to $75,000 per charging station and up to 4 rebates per location. So really, we're offering about $300,000 per location for customers or public charging station operators who want to install these high-power charging stations in our service territory. Okay, and now when we look at where people living in apartments and multifamily dwellings are charging, there was a recent study that was published by the UCLA Lufkin Center that showed that people living in multifamily dwellings, over 60% of their charging activity is happening at public charging stations. And if you look here on the left side, over 40% of that is done at high-power charging stations. So we see that there is a large role to play for DC fast charging, for especially in service territories like ours, that have about 60% of our residents living in multifamily dwellings, versus when you compare to the state has about 30%. So the reliance on public DCFC charging will still be large for these customers who opt to get EVs and live in multifamily dwellings. Okay, so I mentioned the numbers previously, but just to recap, about 19% of our charging stations that are installed in the city of LA are publicly accessible. However, only 26% of the high-powered charging stations are in DACs, right? So really only about 5% of the total publicly accessible charging stations being high-powered are accessible to DACs. So really, we have to take measures to increase access to high-power charging in our underserved communities. And really, DWP has shown an example of how it can be done. So we have deliberately targeted our efforts towards accommodating more charging in DACs. About half of our currently installed publicly accessible charging stations, we have about 105 currently that are installed in our service territory that are publicly accessible. So half of those have been installed in disadvantaged communities, as well as some of the high-powered charging stations that we have installed, own, and operate have been also installed in disadvantaged communities. Now, some of these high-powered charging stations are some of the most highly utilized in our service territory, and PlugShare ranks them as one of the top most utilized charging stations in the state, matter of fact. Now, for the upcoming projects that we are currently working on, right now about all of the L2s that we're working on are going to be in DACs, and then half of the DCFCs that are in progress are going in DACs, with the other half going in pollution burdened areas, which are identified as 95% level of pollution according to the Cal Enviro screen. Okay, so finally, what are we going to do to improve access to public charging in LA? So what we would like to do is recommend targeting 40% of public charging stations to be located in DACs. We're going to have to develop and roll out attractive cost-based rates that are going to attract third-party investment, and we'll hear about that later as part of an item on today's agenda. We're going to have to incorporate design elements in our rebate programs to encourage installations in both disadvantaged and low-income communities. And we've already been doing that for the Level 2 program. We currently offer a $1,000 adder for installation of Level 2 chargers in DAC. So we're going to have to look at similar policies for our DCFC program, and then we're going to have to continue targeting direct installs for public charging plazas that that are going to primarily serve DAC and low-income communities. And we really can't do it without the collaboration of the other city departments who have also taken great strides with providing access to public charging. LADWP has about 50 high-powered public charging stations that are installed on LADWP public charging lots. So we're going to have to continue to collaborate with them to get where we need to be. And then finally, I'll wrap it up here as far as the collaboration that I just mentioned. So we are utilizing some of the state proceeds that we're getting to support other city department efforts. The prior MOU that we had with LAGSD supported over 100 charging stations at City Hall. The newly executed MOU will support over 30 projects across the city of LA. One of them just came online at Fig Plaza, and that provides parking. That provides charging to both employees as well as contractors and the public that comes there to pull permits. And then we did issue an MOU to help LADWP electrify its buses and bus yards. That was executed a few months ago in 2021. And then we also have an ongoing MOU with the Port of LA to help electrify the goods movement there. And they have just recently requested, submitted a work plan to us for a very large initiative to electrify large portions of certain good movements there. And then we're also, want to continue on the success that we've had with BSL with regards to the streetlight mounted public charging. We've incentivized over 400 charging installations. This charging, curbside charging program has been covered across the nation by several research institutions, several inquiries from other utilities that we have, partner up with BSL to discuss. And then also, again, we'll be looking at providing funding to LADWP to continue phase 2 of the Blue LA program using our LCFS funds. And then we're also currently working with the LA Sanitation Department to help electrify some of the vehicles that they use for waste management. Okay, and that's my portion of the presentation. I'll hand it over now to Mr. George Nino.
Thank you.
George, are you on mute? George, are you there? Not sure if he's having connection issues or Steve Bolam or JC work.
So do we want to advance to another presenter while we wait for him to get online with the new power business presentation?
Yes, we can move forward to George.
Great.
Hi, good morning, George Rafael with customer service. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So just wanted to provide a quick update on our rebate processing and some of the improvements that we've made and what the current status is. So we've made progress over the past 8 months to increase throughput on rebates in comparison to the second half of last year. We more than doubled our completion rate, which is showing that the initial steps or fixes that we've done have us trending in the right direction. Next slide, please. So currently we have 366 active applications. 80 of those are in our queue, with the majority in the latter processing stages. And about 75% are with customers as they finalize permits, construction, and final document submittals. So over the course of the rebate program, we've completed rebates for about over $60 million that have been for over 12,000 chargers. Next slide. And so based on that, we are now planning over the next 18 to 24 months to issue allocations of another $70 million. And as Jan mentioned, we have 3 categories for the rebates. There's level 2 DC fast charge and medium and heavy duty. And so we're pacing these over the next 18 to 24 months and looking at the potential of kind of spreading that out a little bit more evenly as we kind of implement some more fixes. Next slide, please. Currently, our commercial rebate process is much more complicated than our other rebates, just because of the project complexity related to the implementation and scope and to the larger rebate amounts that have averaged nearly like $40,000 per application, which requires additional controls or financial controls before we can cut the checks. So in addition, these require a lot of back and forth with contractors and customers, just because we provide the reservation option, which is intended to help customers feel more comfortable before they undertake the project by securing the funds in advance. So the applications aren't submitted after they finish the installations like they would with the residential programs. So therefore, the application time period not only involves the application processing, but also may include the construction and permitting time. And so over the past 8 months, our processing time has averaged about 164 days in comparison to 60 days for the residential. Next slide, please. So as we mentioned, we averaged 164 days over the last year. Last year, in 2020, though, we were at 190 days, our cycle time. We've reduced that to a current cycle of about 130 days, and we're tracking to get that down to 90 days by the middle of next year. Our challenges included limited visibility into the process, inconsistent updates to customers or contractors, and then a couple of single points of congestion. So we've addressed these over the past 8 months, but we're still looking to improve them. Additional fixes. Some of the biggest remaining challenges involve the manual mail-based application process that we currently have. And if we can go to the next slide. So over the coming year, we'll be implementing several improvements to digitize the application process. This will not only streamline the process, but it's really improve the customer and contractor experience, by adding improved communications across all channels, migrate to an electronic application process, and to really just be able to give them that visibility and understanding as we're progressing through this, because it is a pretty complicated process. So by improving those communications, by allowing them to understand those where it's at, whether it's through the website, by phone, in person, we're hoping to be able to improve the experience for customers. Our first implementation to digitize will be in November of this year, where we're looking to be able to allow customers to upload the electronic files, which are pretty extensive, and then have an online application by May of next year. I'd be happy to answer any questions or turn it back to either George or Yaman.
Okay, I think we have George in on Brian's office, so hopefully that will fix the audio issue. So George, if you're there, can you
just a question?
Perfect.
That's terrific. Could you hold on just a second? I know that Jill in particular was very interested in the rebate portion of this presentation. So I just wanted to check in to see, Commissioner, if you had any questions at this time, or if you want to hold until the entire presentation is done. Oh, all right. I don't see her at the moment. I don't see her mic open, so we will keep moving. Although I do just have a quick question myself, which is relative to this particular presentation, only because the timing of rebates has been an issue that's been, brought up at board over and over and over and over again I see Jill for more than, for more than a year, probably closer to 2 years. And we seem to have reduced the backlog and then it returned again. And I'm just curious as to, if we're at a place where we are prepared to reduce the backlog and not have it simply reappear as we let another tranche of money release.
So by just the complexity of the application process, just to review it, and the demand that's out there, we are expecting immediately, as soon as we start the next allocation, we will get a full subscription on day one. So that will create that immediate queue. But we are confident that we'll be able to work through it much more quickly than
okay, so the queue isn't the backlog. The queue is just how many people are waiting to be processed. A backlog is relative to how long it's taking to process. So I don't know is your target 60? I mean, what is your target? Do you have one at this point?
Yes. So our target currently we're at 130 days. By June of next year, we're looking to get to 90 days. Thank you. So we're trending towards getting to 90 days, which would be the total processing time on our side once we've gotten all the documentation from the customers and the project's been construction's been completed and so on.
Okay, and so I will. We can continue with the presentation unless BARAD-HOPKINS has a question at this time. And I think you're on mute if you're speaking. Okay, we'll continue and we'll come back to the questions after the presentations are complete. So, new business?
Thank you. Rachel, Commissioner, can you hear me now?
Yes.
We hear.
Thank you. Appreciate the patience. We were having some technical difficulties here. Everything was working until the last minute when it doesn't, so apologies for that. I'm George Daniel. I am a manager here with Power New Business. I'm the manager of service planning and customer support. What you see on the screen here, I'm going to share just a few slides that will help highlight some of the work that we've been doing with our department customers as they request electric vehicle service requests. So, real briefly, you see on the screen, industrial, commercial, residential customers, they all come to us to work on either new installations or upgrades to existing electrical services. We have staff, which are both engineers and inspectors and admin, that help walk them through the process, and that may be designs, it may be inspections, or just to confirm that they need nothing from us and they can install their new services and work with other city agencies. You see that we also have outdoor lighting programs, and as technology evolves, we found ourselves doing a lot of work on solar installations and electric vehicles. So next slide, please. One of the things that I did want to talk about today at the beginning of my presentation was some of the improvements that we've kind of implemented to kind of help with the customer experience. If 2 years ago, if you had an electric vehicle service request for a charger, your work would come into one of our engineering groups that do work with other types of projects as well. It could be affordable housing, it could be industrial and commercial, but we are dedicated to improving the EV process, and so we've developed dedicated groups in both engineering and with our ESR inspectors that only deal with the EV customers. We want to make sure we give that population of contractors and developers the time and experience that they need from our dedicated staff. Internally, we do still need to work with some of our other internal support groups, some of the design folks in their circuit design, in distribution planning. They do not have dedicated staff, but we do, and it's been a pretty big improvement, and customers seem to be very happy with that improvement. On the lower right corner of this slide, you see kind of a simplified diagram of some of our circuit diagrams. This is an example of some circuit diagrams that we now make available to our customers online. This is important because when a lot of customers are proposing and planning to do some of their new installations, they don't always know what the scope of work is going to be. If they're trying and planning to do some installations and we have a very remote, isolated location with no circuits, they might have a pretty large scope of work to extend the circuits to that area, and it'll increase the scope of work, the complexity, and the cost. So even before they come and talk to us, they can go online, they can look at these circuits, they can zoom into the area that they're planning to do work in, and they can real quickly on their own identify whether we have circuits in the neighborhood or not, and that helps them with the planning on what to do next before they even come and talk to us. For both our engineers and our ESRs, when we do deal with our customers, we have a single point of contact. We want to work with our customers from the submittal of their project through completion and energization. Our staff will work with them, be available to answer any of their questions, and help them through the process. But we do have some developers who have multiple projects, and so we recognize that they don't want to come and talk to 10 different engineers or inspectors to get the status of 10 different projects. So we've also developed our project coordination group, and we help developers with recurring coordination meetings. They can come to us, whether it be bi-weekly or monthly. We find out from them what their needs are, and we sit down with them and we give them one-time only updates for all the projects, and we do this repetitively through the process so they kind of keep up with projects going, not just one or two. So these have been very helpful as we work with our developers. Throughout the process, a lot of the work that we do, all the work that we do is tracked through our work management system. And so whether it's a submittal, or we complete a particular design scope project, or we move the job to our construction, customers can help track the status themselves while we send them auto emails. So every time we click and complete a task, that will send an auto email to our customers so they know that their project reached that milestone. And it helps them track their jobs in addition to reaching out to their single point of contacts with our staff. Very helpful, it's been proven very helpful. But we also have workshops, not only for the EV type developers, we have workshops that are scheduled quarterly with our new business customers and also our PV and battery energy storage customers to help them walk through the process for DWP. Our process may be slightly different compared to other utilities. And so we take these workshops and we take advantage of the time for the contractors, we walk them through the process, answer any of their questions, and more importantly, it gives our customers a forum to come to us, ask us any questions, and listen to some of the questions and answers that they get from either other customers that we're dealing with. So these have been proven to be very effective, and we, like I said, we hold these very regularly, and we always advertise them to our customers, and we welcome people, especially new contractors that are doing business in Los Angeles. We'll talk a little bit more about this later, but our staff continues to also be involved in campus recruitment. We have really good staff that work with us, but we're always looking forward to the next generation of folks to come and help us work with customers, and so we're involved with that aspect of the department process as well. The next item is feasibility studies. This is a really important point that I want to make because a lot of times, like I said before, a customer doesn't know the scope of the work that's going to be required to energize and design their projects. So a lot of times we have to go through the detailed design of doing all the work, and then we tell the customer that this is what it's going to cost, this is how long it's going to take, and it takes some time to get from point A to point B. So what we've done, we've given customers an opportunity to request a feasibility study, and we'll take our engineering staff, we'll perform a high-level review of their request, we'll look at our infrastructure, and within a few days, it's like 2 or 3 weeks, we will be able to provide them a high-level estimated scope of work, estimated cost, so then they can then make a business decision on whether they want to proceed with that job or not before they do an actual formal submittal. It's really been helpful for them to better plan their project and know what to anticipate for us before we really get into the details of the design of the projects. Finally, we also have a tool where the customers can go online, and like I mentioned before with the auto emails, they can key in the address of the project, and they look at their project, and they can look, like you see on the lower box here on the screen, the status of their jobs, the key milestones, what items are pending, what items have been completed, and they could follow that through even before talking to our staff. They can talk to our staff, but in those cases, maybe it's daily or weekly, they can go onto that online tool and they can follow that staff themselves as well, that status. Next slide, please. Okay, so I kind of shared some of the improvements that we've made with customer experience. This slide here really highlights some of our trending timelines as we work with our customers on EV service requests. Because we have so many different types of project submittals, we really try to categorize them into 3 different types so that we can pretty much compare apples to apples and we can see the similarities. So if you're an existing customer with an existing electrical service and you want to install electric vehicles, when you come to our staff, our engineers will review the request, and if we see that there's no upgrades that are required for the department's infrastructure, we communicate to our customers that we will target to try to get them an answer on whether or not the facilities are adequate within 21 days. The actual average that you see on the screen here is 20 days, and we've been trending that timeline for the last 2 years, 2019 and 2020. So we're meeting that target as we communicate with customers. For type 2 work, these are electric services that exist, but the customers are choosing or proposing to add enough load that our engineers have identified that upgrades are needed. We will need to do design work to upgrade transformers. We might need to have to upgrade some of the service cables. And so we communicate to our customers that for that type of work, under type 2 type work, scope work, that we target a year. And I know that sounds like a long time, but that's really broken down to about 3 months of engineering design, both our own staff and some of our internal support groups. We estimate about 4 months for customers to do the actual construction themselves, some of the work they need to do. And we also allow for construction time on the department side to upgrade transformers, install cables, possibly install conduits. And so in total, from start to finish, those jobs, we estimate about 1 year, 365 days, and we're currently trending about 2/3 of that. A little over 200 days is the trending time. Type 3 work is the most involved. We have customers wanting to install new services that do not exist. There's nothing to upgrade. This is new construction. This is actually very popular right now with a lot of the level 3 chargers and the DC fast chargers that Yaman was talking about earlier. So there's more coordination with not only our customers, but also our internal support groups. If we're doing a lot of work in a busy street, we need to also request for permits and coordinate with the Department of Transportation. And those take upwards of 8 to 10 months. And so we've got more complicated jobs, more complicated design, more complicated coordination. And so we target and tell our customers that those might take up to 2 years from start to finish. Our training timelines today are a little bit over 400 days. So we're still under the targets, but that's kind of the information that we need to explain to customers, because that's the best way for them to at least know what to expect from us and they can plan accordingly. Next slide, please. Okay, so I spoke a little bit about some of the improvements we've made over the past couple of years. I spoke about training timelines. What you see here is what we've been able to improve to date. So when customers submit jobs to us, we have to have them go through our engineering staff for review and design. For the fiscal year 2019 to 2020, you see here, we were able to approve, meaning either review or also design final installation plans for over 10,000 level 2 EV chargers. If you see, we had a little over 200 of the DC fast chargers. In 2019, 2020, we came out, engineering approved a little over 10,500 charger systems. Looking at the next line for the 2021 calendar year, the fiscal year, our numbers were similar but a little bit lower. 8,872 for level 2 DC level 2 chargers, 300 DC fast chargers. So we came in at about 9,000 chargers that got approved in the 2020-2021 fiscal year. So we're averaging about plus or minus 10,000 per year. And for 2021, we still have an open pending year, but we're trending to meet the same amounts for this year. Now, the reason this is important, on the lower box, you see that based on the forecast that we hear from the state and the forecast that Yama was sharing with us, we need to maintain that 10,000 designs approved per annual year all the way through 2025 to be able to meet the targets. But we will need to see an increase of those numbers up to 15,000 through 2026 through 2030 to meet the target goals that the state and DWP have made. So this is kind of a snapshot of what we're doing today, and we anticipate that in order to meet these targets, we will have to improve our processes, possibly look at resources, but this is kind of looking forecast to where we're going next.
So at just about 2,000 to date, 3/4 of the year done, you're anticipating that we're going to get up to another 8,000 approved between now and December?
This data here started the fiscal year, so we're looking at July.
So it's June, it's July to I'm sorry, July to June. Got it.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe we do not have yet the September data.
Got it. Okay. Sorry.
Oh, you're fine, thank you. That was the 3 slides that I wanted to share with you. A real summary of where we've come from, what we're doing now, and what we project to have to do in the future to maintain the rate to maintain the targeted goals. Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll get to our final presentation, and after which we will take a very brief break, and then come back for the industry panel and Dr. Pickle's wrap up, if that's okay. So we're moving to equity and outreach.
Okay. Again, so this is Yaminani again with Power Engineering Technical Service. I will first thank Joe Romalo's team in Communication Marketing Community Affairs for helping us prepare these slides and all the work that they have been doing over the past several years with performing some outreach and marketing to increase participation in our various rebate programs. So I'll try to run through this fairly quickly. We've gone probably a little bit over time expected, but we wanted to bring your attention some of the research that we've been doing and what we're planning to do to improve the equity and address the barriers to EV adoption in our service territory. So we conducted a survey last year to 1,000 LADWP customers, asking them, what are some of the top barriers to EV adoption. Now, when you look at this here, the number 1 and number 2 top reasons, right, being driving range and uncertainty about battery life and the cost of replacing the battery. That is not really within our sphere of influence. That is something for the vehicle manufacturers to do, but we can, provide some information about that as well. So really what we found with regards to charging, access to charging itself, that there is really, a concern about access to public charging in our service territory. And then, a lot of the respondents found one of the top reasons to be the total cost and inconvenience of installing charging at home. Because ultimately, from several surveys that have been conducted, while people do rely heavily on public charging, the most convenient way is to charge your vehicle at home, using a level 2 charger. So how are we going to address some of these concerns? First, about the awareness about the benefits of EVs. How long the batteries last. How reliable are the charging networks? How people can get. So we're planning to. We are currently working with our Public Affairs Department, Community Affairs Department, to develop an awareness and education campaign that is going to revolve around educating and informing our customers on the benefits of EVs, the available resources to them in terms of where they can find charging infrastructure, whether it's commercial resources like PlugShare, other public resources that are provided by the Department of Energy. Informing them about the incentives that are available from DWP as well as the state, and then also preparing them for how they can become EV owners, whether it's through developing a platform that informs them about available electrified vehicle models, through developing a microsite on our website. So we are looking at that feasibility of that, hoping to launch something in Q1 of next year. Now, we've already been working closely with the marketing team on developing some of the collateral for this program. So our intent is really to develop friendly, relatable content that is going to draw people and not really sell them something, just really intended to inform them about the benefits of EVs, what incentives are available to them from DWP as well as other sources. Our plan is to utilize traditional advertising such as billboards and bus signage. Of course, take advantage of social media, direct radio and TV advertisements, but also use some of the direct communication channels that we have through our customer billing, emails, and newsletters. And also, of course, we look to utilize some of the existing partnerships that we have with some of the advocacy and non-governmental organizations that we have, a relationship with, such as Plug in America, Veloz, and recently we sponsored, a promotional activity with LA Chargers, where we talked about with various football players about the various myths revolving around EVs, their costs, where people can charge, their affordability, the range, and that is actually currently on their website and can be viewed. We also sponsored, electrified micro shuttles in the Laverne Park areas, and where we advertise our used EV programs there. And then we look to really leverage some of the grants that we have recently awarded through the Community Partnership Grant Program to get information out about our various rebate programs to those communities that are interacting with those community-based organizations. Yeah, and this is some of the messaging that we're looking to put out there. Introducing people about to the benefits of driving EVs, informing them about our rebate programs. The idea again is to really be informative, not so corporate look, and really attract them to just learn more about EVs and what's available. So one of the initiatives that we are going to be undertaking is we're going to be going out for a solicitation to develop an online educational tools that can inform customers about the various vehicle models that are out there, inform them about our rates that are available to them, how they can save money by charging off-peak, and then giving them information about how they can apply for our used EV program, as well as our residential charging station program, and also we're going to be leveraging some of the existing vendor partnerships that we have, utilizing some of the efficient product marketplace to inform our customers about what type of charging stations they can purchase for their households, which ones qualify for our rebate program, and what that what savings they can get by going through our rebate programs off the purchase price of these charging stations that they can install at their residences. And ultimately, the goal with doing this is to really, primarily increase participation in our used EV and residential charging station programs, with particular focus on, disadvantaged communities and low-income communities. We have had quite an uptake in our used EV rebate program since we enhanced the rebate amount back in 2019. So we've had about 1,800 participants take advantage of the program over the past two fiscal years. 27% of those participants live either in a DAC or low-income community, and we're really looking to increase that percentage. And that's for our residential program. For our used EV program, we have actually had pretty good success. 45% of the participants that have participated in that program, which provides up to $1,500 on purchase of a used vehicles, have taken advantage of that. 45% of them have been identified as living in either a DAC or low-income community. So what are we going to do to improve that? Again, we are going to have to, that direct marketing that is targeting those communities, either through, that relatable collateral that we're developing, or placing direct advertisements in those communities online and both physical placements. And then additionally, we're going to, really need to make it a little bit more attractive for our low-income customers. So because of the liberty that we have with the source of funding that we have being a market-based proceed that comes from selling the credits from our low LCFS program, low carbon fuel standard credits that we get. We can actually have targeted rebates for a certain segment of our customers, which are in line with the regulations that are established by the California Air Resources Board for how these funds can be spent. And a matter of fact, the regulation now calls for starting in calendar year 2022 for 30% of our holdback proceeds to be spent in disadvantaged communities to primarily serve disadvantaged or low-income communities, and that ramps up to 50% starting in 2024. So we really want to jump ahead of that requirement, and we are currently working on program terms and conditions to essentially provide an adder for the used EV rebate for our customers that are either identified as a low-income customer based on having been enrolled in our low-income discount program or our Lifeline program, and also for those customers who may be living in low-income housing but may not be necessarily an account holder, but they can provide proof that they are living in eligible low-income housing. We will also extend this additional $1,500 rebate adder to them towards the purchase of an eligible used vehicle. So that rebate amount will be up to $3,000 for those customers. Additionally, currently our residential station program provides $500 towards the purchase of a level. Sure, no
I'm
problem.
curious about how much longer the presentation is going to go. You have been
Sure.
on that quite some time.
No problem. This is the last slide, so I apologize for taking this long. This will wrap it up. So the final improvement that we're making to our residential charging station program is the addition of this $500 towards charger installation, and then also adding an additional $500 rebate amount for low-income customers. So essentially, low-income customers who are interested in purchasing a vehicle and installing a charging station at their residence will receive up to $4,500 from LADWP through the use of our LCFS credits. And that's the presentation, and really appreciate the time given here, and hopefully we have showed you how we're collaborating across multiple systems and divisions to really get to where we need to be in terms of achieving the state goals and the local goals that have been adopted by the city.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I see that Commissioner Neiman Brady has returned. We are at 12:10. We have 4 additional presentations in this block before we get to commissioner questions and comments. I just want to check in with our external participants to make sure that they are good on time, and also to get a sense from our board as to whether or not we can go forward or say we're probably looking at another 30 to 40 minutes before we would get to a break in the meeting, so going to close to 1. Does that work for folks, or would you prefer a short break now?
I think a short break now will do.
Okay. And for our external participants, are we good for time? You guys are up next. For each of you, the 3 of you will be next up.
Yes, we're good on time.
Okay, then thank you. We will, why don't we take a break and come back at 12:30. Does that work for folks? Okay, so we'll be back at 12:30. We will recess until then. Thank you all.
Please remain silent while mics are turned off.
Commissioners, I understand we may be live right now, so just so you're aware.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, we're off mute.
Madam President, we're recording.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you please take the roll?
Board President McCLAIN-HILL,
Present.
Vice President Reyes,
Present.
Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS, Commissioner NEEMAN Brady,
Present.
3 members present in a quorum.
Thank you. So, first, thank everybody for resuming, very close to on time, appreciate that. And I just want to say before we move into the next set of presentations, I wanted to acknowledge and to compliment the Power System for their comprehensive overview of where things stand today. It is incredibly useful and serves as a very, very good pivoting point for us as we continue to move forward in terms of our oversight and collaboration, both internally and externally. So thank you very much. I think that's the longest presentation before this board since I've been here outside of budget. But it was very, very comprehensive, very timely, and very much appreciated. So we will next. We will move next to our industry stakeholder panel, beginning with Electrify America. If it's okay, I'm just taking it in alphabetical order, not necessarily in order of importance, as you're all equally welcome and equally appreciated here today. But we'll begin with Mr. Matthew Nelson, who's Director of Governmental Affairs for Electrify America. If you could begin at this juncture, sir, we'd appreciate it. And I understand, yes, you have a PowerPoint that you'll be presenting, so thank you for that. Floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon. I had in this talking point good morning, but it is afternoon where you are. I'm actually on the East Coast. My name is Matt Nelson. I'm Director of Government Affairs at Electrify America. President McCLAIN-HILL, Vice President Reyes, fellow commissioners, thank you for giving me the opportunity to present today. If we could move to the the next slide. So just as a quick status of introduction, Electrify America is a relatively new company. We opened our first charging station in the United States in 2018. But we're now the largest network of open DC fast charging stations in the United States, across 46 states, multiple cross-country routes, and we're growing at a rate of 4 stations per week. 96% of Californians today live within 25 miles of an Electrify America station. Next slide. We actually have, in California alone, we have more than 200 stations open today. And nationwide, we have 656 stations open today. And we have recently committed to what's known as what we call the Boost Plan, which is a commitment through 2025 to continue growing at the same pace that we have been growing at. So another 4 stations per week for another 4 years. And that'll get us to 1,700 stations by the end of 2025. The Electrify America, as was talked about earlier, there are different levels of charging. It's important to note that we focus on what's referred to as ultra-fast charging, which is 350 kilowatt at each charger, which is capable of delivering 20 miles of range per minute. Or thinking of it another way, you can pull into the station and be there 10 minutes and add 200 miles of range. So this is really approaching the gas station experience. It's not quite as fast as a gas station, but it's getting pretty darn close. Next slide. in the Los Angeles, Los Angeles metro area is our largest metro area investment in the United States by quite a bit. We have now opened more than 50 stations across the metro area, and we have opened 4 stations to date in LADWP territory, with another 4 under construction or at some stage of what we call coming soon. Next slide. One of the huge issues that has emerged in the charging business is what is often referred to as soft costs. These are the costs other than the hardware costs that that we have to incur in order to build a charging station. And in the United States, the soft cost problem has been well documented by Rocky Mountain Institute, and soft costs are much higher in the United States than Europe, for example. And in California, this is a particularly acute problem. In our case, we have found that it costs us 34% more to build a charging station in California than exactly the same charging station design in the rest of the United States. And there are 2 very important drivers to the soft costs challenge that we have identified. The first is permitting times, and California is doing putting a lot of effort into addressing this. There's actually a bill literally on the governor's desk that is there in large part due to some significant support from LA, the city and the city council, and that will hopefully address and expedite the permitting issues. But the second is utility interconnect. It takes about 39 weeks to complete a utility interconnect in California on average. And that's one of the 2 major cost drivers. In the case of LADWP, the 4 sites we've commissioned so far in DWP territory, the average time frame to develop the interconnect and then design and construct is really the 2 steps. Design and construct the interconnect was 51 weeks, which is 31% longer than our average. As I spoke to the president about last week, Electrify America has seen a great improvement in the responsiveness and the engagement of LADWP staff in the last year. So those stations, those first 4 stations have come online in the last year, and they really reflect a previous level of engagement. And we've seen a big improvement. As George referenced earlier, we now have regular calls with DWP staff, and we have a clear point of contact, and we thank the staff for their commitment to these improvements. The timelines still are a bit longer for activities, both on the design and construction front than we see with the other utilities, and we do have some experience here. We've built projects now with 200 utilities across the country, or more than 200. But we understand that DWP staff have a great deal of demand on their time, and we also understand that they have some vacancies that they're dealing with. We strongly support the President's proposals, in particular to prioritize the EV charging interconnection among of all the big important priorities that there are, to the extent that it can be clear that this is a higher or highest priority, especially for new interconnections. I think that will send a very important and helpful message. And equally importantly, folks can only do as much work as folks can do. So adding more resources to the team and staffing vacancies is critically important to making LA a utility territory that is the fastest and the most efficient. Next slide. Also, just wanted to speak briefly to the pilot rate that is going to come up, I believe, a little bit later in the agenda. The pilot rate for commercial charging is a huge step in the right direction, and it will lower operating costs for DC fast chargers in the LA market, according to our modeling as well as the DWP staff themselves. We understand that there are limits on rate design, and they have done, the staff have done a tremendous job within the limits of the constraints that they have, and they are proposing a substantial reduction in demand charges, which to us pose an existential threat to the ongoing sustainable business operation of DC fast charging. They also made responses to the structure of what they proposed in response to industry feedback, and that demonstrated a real, it was very collaborative and very responsive proposal development process. We will note that the rates that will result are still higher than Southern California Edison territory for DC fast charging, especially at low load factors. And that does create an ongoing greater appeal to invest and build stations in Edison territory than LADWP. And further, especially at low load factors, we believe that the rates will still be above the cost of the price of gasoline. To put that in direct terms, the modeling that you will see shows that at a 3% load factor, a station will pay the equivalent of 49 cents per kilowatt hour, which equates to about $4.90 a gallon. This presents a pretty big challenge for a DC fast charging operator who anticipates low load factors, who wants to sell their product for less than gasoline in order to drive EV adoption, and who has other costs to cover other than just the utility bills, such as our call center and our maintenance and our ongoing operations. We thank DWP staff and the board for taking steps to address demand charges. As I said before, it is an existential issue to us, and we urge the department to continue to explore further ways to address demand charges, especially at low load factors. One example that we've highlighted a few times, but we'll highlight it again, is the SMUD storage shares program as a way to address demand charges at these low load factors in a way that may be more beneficial to the utility and very viable for the industry side. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Hopefully I stayed within my time allotment, and I'm happy to answer any questions that any of the commissioners or the president or the vice president may have. And I believe Nolani is next, if I'm correct in my recollection.
That's fine. Just briefly, are there any questions for this presenter from any member of the commission, or are you all content to hold until the entire stakeholder group has presented? Looks like Jill's got a question. Jill?
Yes, I have a question, Matthew. You must do you have a board of directors with your company?
Yes, Electrify America has a board of directors.
And how many women serve on that board?
Our board is currently chaired by a woman, and I think it's a 4-member board. So I believe it's 20%, 25%, but I can get back to you on that. I have not recently met with the board. We have a board meeting coming up, and we have a transition occurring in some of the staff on the board, so I can get back to you on that. But our board chairman is a woman.
And what about Black membership on the board?
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Are there any other questions, or can we move on? Okay, terrific. Actually, my order of presentation was EVgo, but you guys can tell me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's not a problem. Yes, as I said, we were just going by alpha order. So if that's okay, the next presenter would be Adam Molbach from EVgo, and he is the market development manager. Sir, the floor is yours.
Great. Can you all hear me?
We do. Thank you.
Yes.
Fantastic. So good afternoon, board members and staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present this morning. My name is Adam Hobbit, as mentioned, and I'm the policy manager at EVgo. For context, EVgo is the nation's largest network of public EV fast charging stations, with more than 800 locations across the country, serving over 300,000 customers. About 300 of those locations are actually here in California, and about 50 DC fast chargers are here in Los Angeles City. EVgo, we are an owner and operator of those charging stations, which means we're responsible for everything from the financing to site selection, installation, and operations and maintenance. Today's meeting is momentous for us, not only because we're tackling some of the root issues that can really make or break the deployment of charging infrastructure in the city, but this holds a special place in our hearts because EVgo is a hometown company. We're based right here in LA, over on the west side. As the CEC mentioned and Yaman mentioned earlier, the state has set ambitious but achievable targets for us to meet here. We also know that these goals are being augmented at all levels of government, so including City Hall here in LA, as informed by David earlier, and at the federal level as well. To that end, EVgo, we're really in the business of creating accessible, convenient, reliable charging stations to help meet these goals and to support EV adoption for all Angelenos. Last year, we actually announced a partnership with General Motors that would see EVgo triple our footprint over the next 3 years. That's going to be across 40 metropolitan areas in the U.S., and that's about 2,700 chargers. Undoubtedly, LA remains a strong market for EVs and a strong market for EVgo. I'd say it's important to work collaboratively to create efficiencies at DWP that would further attract third-party investment and support and accelerate the deployment of those chargers. That said, while LA is a great market for us to be in, it's a little bit harder to build here. So I'm going to flag some of those challenges for you all, but more importantly, share some best practices and potential solutions, and hopefully further some of that collaboration. The first topic here is rate design. Matt had just kind of talked about this, but I would reiterate that one of our biggest priorities over the last few years, and in fact one where we've seen great collaboration with staff, has been working with the department to get a commercial EV charging rate introduced. I would say that the lack of an EV rate has traditionally been EVgo's largest hurdle to more operational deployment in the city, and that also has equity implications as EVgo looks to locate its chargers. Again, as an owner and operator of those charging stations, we pay for the electricity and need to ensure that each station that we're putting in is going to be able to be financially viable. So that rate is a really critical piece of the operational expenses. And other utilities in California have already moved forward with EV rates, including the neighboring SCE, which has had a rate approved since spring 2018. So as DWP's rate is, or has traditionally been much higher than surrounding utilities, in effect, charging companies have been incentivized to build close to LA City, but not in LA City. So put another way, networks are incentivized currently to build in West Hollywood, but not Hollywood. We are very pleased to see the rate being introduced today and considered by the board today. Again, it's been great to collaborate with staff on this and for them to take on a lot of industry feedback, and we urge the board to go ahead and pass that pilot rate today. By doing so, it would bring the department in line with other large utilities in the state in terms of cost to operate in the territory, and would establish DWP as a leader amongst publicly owned utilities. So we applaud the department for its leadership on that rate. Secondly, I want to share from our perspective one of the other big challenges we have in deployment here, and hopefully opportunity for collaboration, which are development timelines. We know that utility, agency, and charging network coordination is key to scaling infrastructure to meet policy goals and market demand. Right now, there are inefficiencies and delays in the utility design and interconnect processes and project timelines, which in turn put entire projects potentially at risk. In working with staff, we've often been given estimates, and you've heard this today, of elongated development timelines as compared to the LADWP's peers, with timelines in LA taking about from our perspective, around twice as long as other jurisdictions. So similar to the rate issue, this challenge, again, has over time incentivized developers to build in other utility territories when considering the entire LA metro market area. That said, we believe that with proper staffing, as well as an extensive working group process, LADWP can be poised to really be a leader here. And there are improvements and best practices that we've seen other utilities deploy to help shorten some of these timelines. The first of those best practices really is to have a dedicated design and construction staff that's already familiar with EV fast charging installation projects, who have self-imposed deadlines for turnaround, and frankly, enough staff to be able to handle project volume. That's the best practice we've seen in other utilities. That includes SCE, it includes PG&E, but also outside of California, including in states as far east as Virginia, they have provided dedicated representatives who manage specifically the EVO project portfolio. Our understanding is that the department currently has approved budget to take on many new employees. We're really, really delighted to hear that. We've asked that some of those employees be directed to some of these efforts. We know that staff at the department works really hard, but in order to make a real change here, the amount of dedicated resources is really going to be a deciding factor. And the prioritization of EV charging stations within the existing build queues and future build queues is going to be really critical. The second best practice I would mention here is to streamline that design approval process. This is where a lot of the holdup oftentimes happens. The timelines for review of applications remain long, and as it stands, there's often a lack of parallel process and coordination both within the department, but between the department and other city agencies. So challenges there kind of include resource availability on the DWP team for design and the absence of a parallel or linear, process and coordination between the departments. So other utilities, many of these processes happen simultaneously. In contrast, LADWP will only process, for example, utility design once we have obtained like an electrical permit from LADS. So these things can happen at the same time to kind of reduce that timeline. Another best practice that's applied here is using access agreements in lieu of easements, which has significantly reduced process timelines where we've seen this deployed. Access agreements can eliminate some of the burdens of obtaining easements for utility site hosts, landlords, counties, and charging providers, so pretty much all of the stakeholders that are really involved here. A good example of this, yes?
Can you just clarify what the distinction is between those two things?
The access agreement versus the easement?
Yes.
Is that correct? So the access agreement, my understanding is the easement would require like an application process that can oftentimes take longer due to a multitude of paperwork issues or just kind of back and forth. The access agreement is more of a standardized language that a utility would provide. PG&E kind of pioneered this, where stakeholders such as EVgo could kind of just apply, and as long as it aligns through with everything that's being outlined in that checklist, it can kind of just move through automatically. That makes sense? And happy to follow up with some additional examples there. PG&E has actually great like template language that we're happy to share. But and so that's kind of the last best practice I would mention. And lastly, I just want to switch gears to the topic of rebates. Some questions that have come up today, and I want to thank Yaman for sharing some of the information on the rebate earlier. Really, we applaud the department for establishing a rebate program to grow public fast charging in its territory. These rebates enable more public charging for renters and those who live in apartments who may not be able to have access to charging EVs, charging at home. So the rebate program for DC fast charging is well designed and flexible at DWP. We actually often cite it as a good program design when we're engaging with utilities across the country. So kudos there, and staff has been really helpful and available to help, but unfortunately, as you all have heard, the rebate reservation process has oftentimes lagged, in part due to COVID, and I think in part due to staff shortages. So we believe that more adequate staffing levels, digitizing the application process as it's currently in paper form, and automatic reservation extensions because of LADWP process delays would make that rebate program more accessible. So we're actually really pleased to see that some of those changes are being proposed today, and happy to help collaborate there. But ultimately, I'll wrap up by saying what we're asking the department here for is just increased collaboration to start solving some of the challenges that can lead to more charging stations to serve LA. So what we would respectfully ask of the board is to, A, help prioritize transportation electrification initiatives as is being done today, and to B, convene a working group between the department and industry participants like EVO in order to continue working towards some of these solutions to remaining challenges. So we recommend that such a working group convene quickly, meet regularly, and hopefully provide an update on progress to the board quarterly. I think with proper attention to process improvements and through collaboration with stakeholders, we really do believe that LA will be poised to be a leader in EV adoption and EV charging deployment more than it is already today. So I appreciate your time, and thank you again for your leadership here.
Thank you. Any quick questions at this juncture, or are we content to have the final industry stakeholder panel presentation before going there? Looks like we can keep going. So thank you very much, Adam. The next presenter is Nolani Dickerson, and she's Public Policy and Business Development from Tesla. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam President and DWP Commissioners. My name is Nolani Dickerson, and I'm on the policy team at Tesla. I support our EV charging efforts across California. And I appreciate being invited here to speak on behalf of Tesla to share a little bit about our footprint, our plans for DWP's territory, and some thoughts on best practices for accelerating transportation electrification. First off, a quick introduction. Tesla's mission is to accelerate the world's transition to sustainable energy. A key component of that transition is electrifying transportation. And our goal from early on has always been to produce an electric vehicle, EV, superior to an internal combustion vehicle, but that has mass market affordability. So we first began with our higher end, lower volume Tesla Roadster, and have gradually, with each subsequent model, reduced the cost of production. It was in 2017 when we came out with our Tesla Model 3, our mass market electric vehicle, and the vehicle that Tesla was always meant to produce. And since then, we've experienced the beginning of a pretty major shift. We are seeing that play out across LA right now, a shift from early EV adopters to new EV drivers who are taking the jump to electrify because the costs have come down so significantly for new and for used EVs. And for us, it was clear early on that providing charging as a service was fundamental to getting people into EVs and getting people to stay in EVs. So we often hear this metaphor of the chicken or the egg in terms of EVs and EV charging, but peanut butter and jelly is far more appropriate in that EVs and EV charging must occur in concert with one another. For new EV drivers who shift over from internal combustion vehicles, a big change is often learning how your EV is different from filling up your gas tank. We've seen that the best experience for EV drivers, and typically the one with the least impact on the grid, is if a majority of EV charging occurs when and where the EV is parked for many hours at a time. So typically this is at home, overnight, or at the workplace throughout the day. This occurs most often with level 2 charging, which was discussed previously during this meeting, and the typical charge can take about 4 to 8 hours. Tesla has a level 2 wall connector product that can be used for home charging, and it's also found throughout LA at hotels and workplaces. However, for those who are on road trips, who don't have several hours to charge, and importantly for those without access to sufficient or any charging at home or at work, public fast charging is essential. And to serve these needs, Tesla began building our fast charging network. We call it our Tesla Supercharging Network. And we focus first on connecting major travel routes, and then focus now on building out key urban centers and corridors. So compared to level 2 charging, the typical charging time for a Tesla V3 supercharging station is between 20 to 30 minutes. And in California, we've built 241 supercharger stations so far, and that makes up about 60% of the total fast charging capacity in the state. Now, these stations aren't only being built in early adopter cities like Santa Monica or Malibu, but also in San Fernando and downtown LA, and we have planned stations in Compton and in Long Beach, and that's being directly responsive to where we're seeing vehicles start being adopted. In fact, around 40% of our current supercharging stations are located in disadvantaged communities and helping reduce local ground level pollution and providing greater charging access across the board. Now, Southern California and the LA region specifically is one of the most important markets for EVs and EV charging. That's been reiterated several times throughout this meeting today. And it's also one with the most to benefit from vehicular pollution reductions when transitioning to EVs. Despite this, Tesla has only built 4 supercharging stations so far in DWP's territory. And deploying EV charging infrastructure has historically been a challenge in DWP's territory for us for several reasons, including some of which are outside of DWP's control. Rebate program eligibility constraints, interconnection and design timelines, a lack of a commercial EV rate, as well as more complex coordination between multiple city departments have been some of the key challenges. However, there's been market improvement over the past year, and we really appreciate all the staff's work in these efforts, and we're projecting to break ground on 3 new supercharger stations by the end of this year in DWP's territory, so very excited about that progress. And even with those, we know that there's still significant unmet demand throughout the territory for fast charging. Tesla needs to more than double the number of supercharger stations by the end of 2022 and continue scaling up for many years to come. DWP's continued partnership and leadership will be essential in meeting these goals. And like DWP, utilities across California play a major role in advancing EV charging. So several utility key practices include, and there's no particular order here, and I'll try not to be too repetitive with what has been said. But first, adopting a commercial EV rate that reduces demand charges for fast charging. Now, DWP's proposed pilot rates will do just that and will help enable additional infrastructure investment throughout the region. Echoing some of the previous comments, special thanks to staff for a lot of their hard work over many months on this, and we do urge passage of these pilot rates. Second is developing a streamlined utility design and engineering review process. Across California, as has been stated previously throughout this meeting, continuing to accelerate utility deployment timelines is a key priority and a challenge really in every territory. Third is expanding the number of technical staff support for EV design and review. And DWP, as mentioned previously, has dedicated staff and is continuing to expand these teams, so we really appreciate all of that work that's been expanded thus far. Fourth is coordination between the various city departments and processes. For example, each fast charging station in LA requires coordinated and often multiple reviews between Department of Transportation, Department of Building and Safety, and DWP before it can be built. So there's improvement potential there between all of those different departments. Fifth is developing and expanding rebates and incentives. We've heard a lot about future plans for rebates throughout this meeting. So this includes continued funding as well as expanded eligibility for equipment to serve all EVs. This is specific for fast charging, for home, workplace, and for multi-unit dwellings. And finally, and this is often overlooked, is considering the EV driver experience. So this is really important when developing programs to ensure that they're not overly complicated and burdensome as to potentially disincentivize drivers from staying in EVs. And as mentioned, DWP staff have already taken many important steps to accelerate transportation electrification through reducing timelines, revising rebates, expanding dedicated staff, and developing and proposing a commercial EV rate. So again, we sincerely appreciate all of the work from staff thus far and are already seeing these results play out with hopefully 3 new supercharger stations that'll break ground before the end of this year. And we know that we have a long way to go to still electrify transportation throughout the city, and Tesla looks forward to continued partnership with DWP to help meet the city's very important goals. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. We appreciate that presentation. We have a final presentation from Dr. Pickle, but before we allow him to play to back cleanup on this block, I'd like to open the floor to questions from commissioners relative to either the comprehensive staff report or any questions to the current panel. Commissioner NEEMAN Brady.
Yeah, Noelani, I think that was your name, from Tesla. I just want to make sure I heard what you said correctly, which was that Tesla has only installed 4 public superchargers in the city of LA. Is that correct? Is that what you said?
Correct. We have installed 4 supercharging stations in LADWP's territory. I believe the number of actual chargers at those 4 stations is a little under 50.
Okay. Do you have the stats of overall chargers from Tesla that have been installed in the city of LA?
Throughout the entire LA region, I can provide that information after this meeting.
The city of LA. I don't mean just the superchargers. I mean all charging apparatuses related to Tesla in the city of LA.
In LAWP's territory, we only have 4 superchargers in DWP's territory. I can pull together our level 2 chargers. We have a destination charging network, and those chargers are located at hotels and at workplaces. We don't operate those. And then we also have level 2 chargers that individuals purchase and can use at their homes that, again, we don't operate. But I can work on providing that information for you.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful context. Thank you.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady, I'd like to just add that, for our charging station, residential charging station rebate program, we do see a lot of our customers who purchase level 2 Tesla chargers take advantage of that program. Approximately about 30% or so of the 6,000 of our residential customers that have taken advantage of that rebate program have actually had Tesla charger stations installed.
Great, thank you. That's helpful.
Any additional questions?
I'll reserve my questions and comments at the end.
Okay. I just had a similar question, or similar, I just wanted to revisit just a similar comment. I think it was Electrify America. Did you also indicate that you've installed just 4 fast charging stations in the city of LA? Did I hear that?
Yes, we've installed 50, a little more than 50, installed and operating today. We have 50 stations in the LA metro area, 4 of which are in the city of LA, or specifically in LADWP territory.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess to staff, I'm interested in one of the things that struck me and relates to our rebate program was the distribution, the map that you put up. So it seems like we pumped, we put an awful lot of money in incentivizing infrastructure. That infrastructure, though, as you noted, is not very well distributed across the city of LA. And I'm just curious as to your thoughts about that aspect of the program.
Rico, would you like me to take this, Rico?
Yeah, one thing I would say is that obviously I think the business models of many developers will handle the economic choices. And so turning our focus from the utility standpoint to ensure that those disadvantaged communities have access will be critical. We've recently started focusing on that I think it was within the last year, that maybe a little bit more, that we've increased the incentive for deployment in those areas, and part of that comes from the Equity Data Metrics Initiative, where we can actually see how programs are deployed within the territory and understand where areas are underserved and where we might be best served in focusing our attention is critical. And so, Yaman, if you have additional to add, please do.
Sure, no, you covered it well, right? So yeah, so we did implement that additional adder for disadvantaged communities in November of last year for the Level 2 rebate program. So we'll be looking forward to working with our community and community affairs team to get word out about that, you know, to installers, that there's an opportunity to take advantage of that and get essentially 20% additional funding for installing those chargers in disadvantaged communities.
Okay, thank you. And then there was in the slide deck that we received some additional slides regarding staffing. Could you pull that up and just walk us through that? I'm curious as to, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what's been provided correctly.
So this is the current level of staffing that, and not every group that is supporting the program. These are the core groups that are involved with supporting the electric transportation program. So as you heard from Jordan, EV service design, this is the current level of staffing. The program development is my team. We have about 6 engineers and myself supporting the development of programs and implementation and assisting customer service division with that. And then for EV infrastructure design, these are the charging stations that are supporting our own installations for both fleet electrification, employee charging, but also some of the public charging plazas that we're currently deploying on various facilities at customer service lots. And then some of the customer service division currently has about 8 staff helping to process the rebate program.
Okay, thank you. So then I would be correct in just noting that there has not been a significant or proportionate change in staffing at this juncture relative to either our enhanced targets and or in response to what appears to be a slam in terms of new business and growing interest. Is that a fair observation?
Yes, I think one of our challenge is, a lot of these are engineering, and a lot of those, they have to come through our new engineering associate program. So prioritizing that throughout the department where there's a substantial need. We've added like 500, I believe 500 new engineering associates since 2016, I think, with another class of 50 scheduled to come in October. So it is a challenge with everything, all the expectations and the increases and new programs and new expectations within the department, with a need literally across every area. So the ramp up, we do absolutely need to ramp up, and trying to figure out where and how many. So far, it's been an incremental approach. When you can add, you have 30 people coming out of a class, because each class takes 2 years to get through. It's a challenge to get substantial help in these areas. It has been a challenge.
Okay. Are there any other questions or comments in response to the presentations thus far?
Yeah, may I just add? Okay.
Go ahead.
Follow up on
Options, President McCLAIN-HILL. Do those staffing numbers reflect staffing in the customer service division and the new business area as well?
It does include new business, and these were prior to instituting this. We had 0 dedicated folks in here, so it was a pretty significant ramp up. And I think that was 2016, 2018. I don't read. It's not up there again, but prior to that, there was a group assigned to this, and we have been trying to improve our service and experience and deployment in this area and EVs as well as the whole customer new business. That was the intent of creating a director level position to drive improved performance with our developers. But yes, that does include them. It does not include any construction services where we have folks that have to do system improvements within our system. There is not a dedicated group for EVs on that.
What is the turnover in the new business area? We understand that new business is, because of the workload, the turnover is quite high there. Is that correct?
Yes, it's a challenge because, you know, a lot of folks, when you go to recruiting events, every engineer wants to be part of that, the climate change effort, the green revolution, and this can be very mundane work. And so whenever there is a opportunity to transfer out, they frequently lose positions in this area, and it is a challenge that we continue to address. It's a challenge for morale. It's a challenge for the folks in this area. We continue to try to improve that, but it's not really what a lot of the students had in mind when they wanted to be part of this major transformation within the energy industry.
We'll address that in a minute.
I'm sorry, George Daniel here from New Business. If I could add to that, you know, we do have some staff that are in New Business, and they've been there for several years. And our experience is that we've got some folks that really enjoy the demand, the type of work that we do, and interacting with customers. And so we've got quite a number of folks that are there and stay there. The pros and cons of recruiting whole classes or bringing in large groups of people to come and help us, they stay with us for several weeks, really good work, but because they are looking to maybe, you know, cross-train and do other work, they do leave sometimes after, you know, a few years, 2 or 3 years. And so it is some staff that stays and some staff that comes and goes, and we try to balance, you know, maintaining workload as best as possible with that.
Dr. Pickle, any additional questions? You're doing quite well. Thank you.
No, I'll address why this is important in a minute.
Okay. Commissioner Reyes, I saw that you had questions as well.
Yes. Really looking to the bandwidth and capacity of our department to address all these issues that we've heard from our external partners and potential partners. So we say we want to promote transportation electrification, but the feedback that we have received so far in terms of the installation indicates that that is quite burdensome. So from a customer viewpoint, the customer journey, the customer was to learn the inner workings of our bureaucracy, to feel like they know what's going on. And at the same time, we have to look at that, as Lauren mentioned earlier, the Biden's infrastructure funding, plus Newsom's goal of all electric cars by 2035, there's a lot more funding going down our way. And what are we going to do to ensure that we're not just educating the public and increasing their awareness, but we are equipped internally to address that capacity issue, to have really the plan as to how we're going to address our bandwidth and our capacity, see are we staffed fully well to meet those requirements. So what kind of, you know, standardization can be done with the engineering and installs to help streamline and speed things up, like what we've done probably with our residential solar over the years, and what are we doing internally as well with our Bureau of Engineering, the Building and Safety folks, the Street Lighting Bureau, to ensure that installing an EV charging is as simple, seamless, and streamlined as it can possibly be for our customers. So if we're talking about infrastructure, we're not just talking about infrastructure, we're talking about investments in people, investments in those communities. We're talking about the disadvantaged communities. What is our role as DWP when we invest in infrastructure, and what can we then do to really ensure that the communities are taken care of through our third-party partners who are willing to expand their capacity within the DWP territory. So the idea here is to really take a look at more comprehensively, what our capacity is. Maybe we should take a look at how Southern California Edison is doing it with their electrification plan. Well, they have, step-by-step guidance for their customers. They explain what their role is in the community. Maybe it's like looking at or rethinking what our electrification a program looks like. Maybe it's like probably looking up and establishing a one-stop shop, for example, where we have all the tools and resources, a toolkit for our customers, and some type of a liaison work that DWP staff is doing with major stakeholders that we have in this program. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. There were comments and questions. Is there anyone that wants to respond, or are we simply taking notes at this point at the power system breakup?
So I think we are taking notes, but also, we kicked off our strategic long-term resource plan, and we owe the commission a comprehensive report on the various components included in that. One of those plans is the integrated human resource plan that will look at the staffing and loading required for not only the LA 100, but what's required on the distribution system for everything we have to get ready for transportation electrification, building electrification, the decarbonization effort that we're undertaking, and that is a comprehensive plan that will be looking at the EV rollout, EV adoption, and a lot of information will be gathered from that will help set the stage to roll these out. And I'm not suggesting that we do nothing during the term of that SLTRP. Clearly, we have additional staffing approval in the budget, and we need to look at how we are deploying those. I mentioned we just deployed out a class of 30 engineers. We are bringing on a class of 50, and I believe that's the biggest class we've ever had. So we aren't just waiting for these plans to move forward. Just like the LA 100, there's a number of items we can do no matter what pathway we choose, and those efforts are underway right now, and we need to continue to deploy those. We absolutely need to have those meetings. We've had them with developers on working groups on how we improve processes. We need to establish that for the EV groups. And make sure we have a comprehensive understanding of all the different issues that surround these and how we do become better customer-oriented and improve our engagement and services to our community.
Thank you. I just wanted to, again, double it going back. There was a slide that was presented early on regarding preparing our distribution system. And the observation concerning our current, feeder and circuit capacity. If you could speak to that a little more specifically with respect to the constraints that may be inherent in our current system, on just basically as it relates to our current grid capacity, and in terms of staffing and that sort of thing, I assume that work is being done outside of the staff that was presented in your expanded set of slides, is there crossover? So, because I'm also curious about how much work is being supported by the folks that you've identified as being dedicated to EV.
Yeah, so one of the big differences between us and PG&E and Southern California Edison, other utilities that surround us, like I mentioned, is the voltage of our distribution grid. And being at 4.8 kV, we are 2 to 3 times, we have a smaller pipeline than those that are surrounding us. We also have a system that's 80 to 100 years old that has that limited pipeline. So LA has grown up around this. We have, I'm thinking, I want to say 400 to 600 circuits that are overloaded today on our backlog that we're working through. And when I talk about Yaman having his work cut out for him, this is a continual process under our PSRP in addressing those circuit overloads. How do we get upgrades? We know we need new distributing stations and receiving stations to be able to host all this capacity and new electricity that's coming in. It's a real challenge in building those stations. We've had some property we bought in the 70s that we still have not been able to build those stations, and so we end up with we have a very creative team here that will come up with workarounds. And so we're stuck with this legacy system, and every time you plug in more load, that creates additional overloads or impact adjacent circuits. And so all this work that has to happen, we've been working with EPRI and trying to understand what are our choices, what are alternatives in upgrading our voltage on our distribution system. So yes, Madam President, there is all kinds of work being done with other groups besides what we talked about on those targeted teams just for EVs, because we know this is going to be a comprehensive, all-encompassing effort within the department. Part of the update that I mentioned we need to bring to you and couldn't get it on this agenda, but we're ready, is the distribution system impact. That will be one of those pieces of that program too. So a lot of work being done, but we have specific legacy systems that, as much as we would like to improve and make it more efficient, we absolutely have to, but we're also limited by reliability of our grid and making sure that as we bring on new loads, we're not jeopardizing either safety or reliability. So a lot of work to continue, and we absolutely are committed to be engaged in this and working with our stakeholders to figure out how we can move this forward. Maybe it's some type of master plan where we know these are the areas of focus, and so that's how we start prioritizing some of the upgrades. I mean, we need to really think this through and get our engineers and our field forces and others thinking how this is best to work through.
Okay, thank you for that. And the reason that I asked, and frankly, one of the reasons that this is such an important topic for us to look at as a single topic and in a more comprehensive way, is this is just one part of our overall LA 100 plan. And as you said, we've got increasingly more and more and more, we're taking on more and more and more commitments in the service of a very specific target that is being reinforced not only by local, but by state and even federal planning. So it's beginning to feel like, a Christmas tree that we keep putting bulbs on. And at some point, we have got to get really very specific as it relates to what will be required from a staffing, a cost, and upgrade, and what will be required in a comprehensive way to achieve these objectives. We can't just keep being committed to them. I think it's very important that we get very specific about what that commitment looks like in order to actually hit the targets that we're setting or that are required for us to meet the ultimate objectives. So thank you for that. You sounded a little, this is not meant to put the department on the spot, but it is meant to increase and to be very, very transparent about where we are and what it's going to take in order for us to move from where we are to where we're trying to go. I think I saw the representative from Tesla. Did you have a comment, or were you just signaling something else?
Thanks, Madam President. I wanted to respond to Commissioner Neiman Brady's question about our level 2 network. So Tesla's level 2 destination network in the city of LA includes 45 individual stations with 168 ports. Again, those are located typically at hotels and at workplaces, and Tesla doesn't own or operate those. And that also doesn't include level 2 charging stations that are located at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments at this juncture before we move to Dr. Pickle's closeout of this segment? Just one final thing. With respect to the issues related to voltage on our grid, I'm curious as to the degree to which that constitutes constraints from our industry stakeholders. If any of you or all of you might be prepared to speak to that, that would be interesting to me. I also noted as part of the presentation that staff has enabled a mapping system that is, I guess, intended to at least provide some initial data as to what's in the ground. Would you please speak to that? We'll start maybe with electrifying. We'll just go in order. So either Matt, did you have anything to offer on that topic?
Certainly. So the 4.8 kilovolt system is an issue for ultra fast charging, and our solution in working with LADWP is we site our stations in close proximity to the 34.5 kilovolt system, which is part of the DWP system. It's not available everywhere in the city, but it is available in some. There are lines, and so we place our we attempt to site our stations in proximity to those lines, and it's a major factor in our siting and a very early factor. It's one of the things that's been very collaborative is we've been able to identify where those lines are, and you can pretty much rule in or out a station site relatively quickly based on that criteria. Because the 4.8 kilovolt systems do not have the necessary capacity. There may be future ways to address that through battery storage and other things, but based on current technology, the best path forward is to seek out the 34.5. I also wanted to just add very briefly on the low-income and disadvantaged community issue. Electrify America has built, I mentioned before, more than 200 stations in California. More than 50% of all these DC fast charging stations are in low-income and disadvantaged communities across the state, and that's actually the same percentage in the city of LA itself. And what I wanted to flag is there was some discussion of low-income and disadvantaged populations and where they live. And disproportionately, low-income populations live in multi-unit dwellings. And the data showed earlier that residents of multi-unit dwellings, the majority of their charging happens in public. So one of the key elements of an equitable EV charging resource is making sure that there's DC fast charging available for the public. And it really is vital for residents of multi-unit dwellings. It is possible to address that issue by increasing the size of the rebates in many cases, but often it doesn't work. Often there are barriers to somebody having. Often you could give them a $100,000 rebate, and a tenant won't be able to install infrastructure in their landlord's building without leaps and hoops that they are unable to jump through. So we do believe that there's a huge and important role for public charging. And I just wanted to raise that because I didn't raise it earlier.
No, thank you. Adam, did you have anything that you wanted to offer on this issue? Your mic is, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Yeah, I actually think Matt really hit the nail on the head with his comments. I think to the extent where we can collaborate and show or be shown the 34.5 lines in order to be able to site our sites closer to those in order to like decrease transformer costs or have any grid issues. I think that's been wildly helpful in an area of great collaboration between staff and industry. And again, on the equity issue, I think, equitable access to charging infrastructure is part of EVgo's mantra, where we believe in electric for all. 40% of our builds in California is in low-income areas. From a utility standpoint, there's lots that can be done. In addition to gearing up the rebate programs, which has already been done, at least on the L2 side, to have additional incentives for disadvantaged or low-income communities. DWP could also start putting together a make-ready program where DWP would essentially rate basic equipment just up past the customer meter, and which would buy down the cost of infrastructure and in fact attract more private investment. Other utilities in the state and country have this. And then in those situations, you could add on an additional incentive for low income or disadvantaged or priority communities, as I like to call it, for those areas. So there's multiple kind of options that can be kind of explored further to tackle that challenge.
Thank you. And then finally, Nolani, did you have anything that you wanted to offer with respect to that issue?
Yes, thank you. I'll echo the comments made by Electrify America and EVgo. Our team really appreciates and uses the online mapping functions when siting and evaluating stations. So thank you to staff for all of your work making that accessible to us. And as noted by staff earlier on in this meeting, many of the larger DC fast charging stations are being considered and triggering this type 3 installation. So they do require more work to adequately serve and site with sufficient power. So that is what we're looking at for a lot of our sites that we're proposing looking forward.
And then finally, with respect to this issue, with the current voltage issues or availability, is that something that's even citywide, or are there equity impacts with respect to voltage availability, Reiko, on our grid?
So I believe that is citywide. I don't know if Brian or Andy are on the call and can opine on that more.
He's there.
Yeah, so it is citywide, and our 34.5 system is our sub-transmission system. So it essentially ties all of our distribution stations together, and from a distribution station, it feeds out at 4.8 kV, and that's mostly the residential area. So our 34.5 system also serves most of our industrial customers. So it is focused in our industrial areas and ties our DS stations together. So as you get farther out into the communities and into the residential and even the multi-residential, it's all that 4.8 system. So it's farther to bring that 34.5 system in to those areas.
Okay. I saw a snapshot of the map and I heard about the map, so I'm just curious about if you overlay the map in terms of availability for siting purposes, if there are any specific or notable impacts in disadvantaged communities that we should be aware of, certainly in terms of our planning as we're doing grid upgrades, and if it's a non-issue, terrific, but I'd be interested in understanding that better. And then one final thing, I keep going here, but I'm sorry. This is one final thing before Dr. Pickle's presentation, and that relates to the rates that the proposed commercial rates. And there was a comment made about our continuing to be somewhat underwater and not as competitive relative to others, particularly as you get to lower utilization. And I'm curious about, and would like to understand that a little better. I see Anne coming on, so thank you for that. I'm interested in understanding that, and again, understanding if that has any particular or unintended consequence as it relates to, to siting considerations in the city, and in particular in disadvantaged communities.
I don't think the rates have an issue on the siting consideration, but what we did on these pilot rates is we shifted more of the cost to the kilowatt hour sales. So to the extent that the EV providers, charging providers are not selling energy, they're not incurring costs. So we shifted some of that cost that our commercial customers have in the infrastructure to the energy portion. Using projected load profiles, we think this is cost neutral to our ratepayers, but this is a pilot for 5 years that we'll collect information on and assess whether this is something we want to continue or modify as we go through the program.
Okay. And I think that was a comment that was actually part of the presentation from Electrify America, and you did seem to indicate that while, and again, I appreciate that we've made great strides with respect to rates, but I'm just curious as to the short and long-term impact of that particular feature of these rates.
The rates are significantly improved because the amount of demand charge in the rate has gone down dramatically, but there is still a demand charge of about $7 a kilowatt, and it's broken up between monthly and annual, so it's a little complicated, but it's about $7. And that at a low load factor station pushes the cost above gasoline equivalent. So it becomes very hard to operate that station and charge if the utility charges us more than gasoline and we want to price our product at less than gasoline, it becomes hard for that to be an economically sustainable model. It does get better as you get higher utilization, so it then just becomes a judgment of whether that station will likely produce high utilization or whether it is an average utilization station. 3% sounds very low, but actually in the DC fast charging business, 3% is above average from a utilization perspective, because customers come in, they plug in very briefly, they take a lot of power, and then they leave. And so that's the challenge we were identifying. And there are some ways to address that low load factor station that other utilities have put forward. And storage shares is an example I mentioned before that SMUD has done. So there are some alternatives, but I want to come back to the base premise, which is that this rate is much better than current rates, and staff have done within the bounds and the rules that were just described of not creating a cost shift. They've done a great job of taking industry feedback, and we appreciate that. But for these low utilization stations, this is still going to be an economic barrier.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I do want to note that, that I understand that staff has been quite responsive in connection with actually putting forward this pilot. I will also note, however, that we are, following, say, Edison by 3 years, which is a concern as it relates to a very rapidly developing industry, and also as it relates to our own need to deploy and deploy quickly. So very much excited to get the presentation from FSO and to consider this particular proposal, but we'll also be extremely interested in a much more proactive engagement around this particular business model. So if there are no other questions or comments at this time, Dr. Pickle, would you please wrap up this segment of our meeting?
I'd be happy to. Steve is pulling up my slides for me. This presentation is based on material from the NREL LA 100 study. At least the first half of it is all from NREL. So next page, please. This is a chart of carbon emissions produced by LADWP, both direct combustion and indirect GHG emissions from either equipment or sources of fuel. And if you note that our combustion-only GHG in 1990 was about 18 million tons. We're now projected to be at 12.8, although because of the pandemic, 2020 may be lower than that. After the Intermountain Power Project is converted out of service, we're expected to be somewhere between 1 and 4 million metric tons per year. So the final abandonment of all coal fuels will be a big step forward. So that's about an 8 million metric ton reduction at minimum, and maybe as much as 11 million metric tons in the next decade or so. And if you want to compare that to other sources, next slide, please, Steve. This looks at GHG emissions from all sources. This is picking out one of the LA 100 pathways, looking at the SB 100 case. You see that emissions have go down, looking at 2045 to, under the moderate load case, 2.8 million metric tons in power, and overall emissions have dropped about 20 million metric tons in that period, largely because of EVs, but also because of the drop in DWP generation. If you look at high loads, you see that, and this is the high electric load scenario, driven largely by EVs and building electrification. The GHG drops even further, but you'll note that power has a little bit more GHG, but the net impact of the reduction in transportation and building emissions takes the overall total lower. So this is a focus on GHG emissions, and it shows the importance of achieving these emissions reductions and the importance of electrification relative to our only 2 to 3 million metric ton potential reduction on the power side after we stop using coal at IPA. Next slide, please. If you look at local emissions rather than GHG emissions, which have global impact, if you look at local emissions, you'll see a similar result. The little black line in the center of the graph are LADWP generation-related emissions in the LA basin and their local impacts. So electric generation is really small. The big changes here in this chart that shows PM 2.5 reductions, the big changes are from electrification of the transportation sector. No surprise if you're a student of LA or of Los Angeles area pollution issues, but again, electrification of transportation is the big impact. Steve, next slide. Now, what does electrification do for DWP? If you look at the sub-slide on the right-hand side, that shows the range of potential electric prices over the entire period under the SB 100 case. And you'll see that the difference in prices between the low electrification and high electrification scenario is about 6 cents, and that 6 cents difference is as big as the difference between the scenarios, the different pathways. So a big driver in rate impact for customers, if we sell more power, rates for DWP will be lower. So this is an important driver of prices, and it will be an important driver if we look at the different scenarios in the 2020s. So making it easier for people to go with electric vehicles is a big deal this decade. Now, forecasting electricity sales is a difficult art. The chart on the left shows estimates of LA DWP kilowatt-hour sales over the last decade and a half. And you'll notice all the lines that have been upward, and you'll notice that line along the bottom is actual kilowatt-hour sales. Actual kilowatt-hour sales have been declining or flat to declining over the past decade. If you look at peak load in the middle chart, same story. Forecast of growth actually doesn't occur. So this tells us that we have a lot of uncertainty in areas with high electrification elsewhere. Take Oslo, Norway, where incremental electric vehicle sales are now over 60% of the market. They might have seen a 1 to 2% increase in load during that period. So electrification has to step up for us to be able to afford reasonably a lot of the changes associated with carbon reduction. Next slide, please. The other aspect that makes this all difficult is making sure that electricity stays affordable, and that point was made very clear by one of the industry speakers. And forecasting new technologies and their costs is very challenging. This looks at costs for various technologies in 2009 and also those technologies in 2019. You'll notice some, like solar, have gone down drastically, fortunately, but others, like nuclear, have gone up by more than this chart shows. Next slide. Then we have speakers who know far more about this than we do, but if you look at the future economics of EVs and their adoption, the chart on the left shows adoption for new appliances, new technologies in households over the last 140 years. And you'll see that adoption can take a while. We've gotten quicker at these things as we go further on in time, but there's still an unknown adoption rate for electric vehicles. And the chart on the right shows that uncertainty in no uncertain terms. It looks at different industry forecasts of electric vehicle adoption and sales over the next 10 years. So we have a lot of uncertainties in this, but I think there are important conclusions, and the discussion will have me add one more point. Next slide, please. These are recommendations by the BRADY group who helped us do this work. Their top recommendation was focused on avoidable GHG reduction, including weighing costs and benefits to decarbonizing power versus other sectors. It's clear that higher electrification shows larger benefits, but cost of electrification is uncertain. It certainly looks like it will have a better cost benefit for electric vehicles than retrofitting old buildings for electrification, and most of the building electrification is likely to occur for new construction. The other area we'd like to point out is we need to continue to identify areas where additional incentives are needed, and I will add as ratepayer advocate appropriate. That's the end of my talk. Any questions?
Thank you.
Dr. Pickle,
Yes, I was going to open it up for questions.
This is Rachel, so I just had a comment to make on that. The effort we're embarking on is akin to Kevin Costner and Field of Dreams. We have to build it for them to come, and for us to do that means we have to pay for it. And then we have high aspirations and hope that it does come. But there is a lot of uncertainty, to your point, on how much load will come, how much will be utility, how much will be, on the customer side, or so there is a lot of uncertainty in the markets right now and projected into the future.
I agree with you. There will be, to be successful, we're going to have to do some building out of load, but that's the industry always has to do that. We have to continue. One thing I will add is my office supports the EV rate proposal that's included in this agenda, and we add the comment that this is a pilot program, and we should treat it like a pilot program and assess continuously how it's working. We may be doing pilot 2 in a year or 2 years rather than letting this run for 5 years. So I think it's appropriate to call it a pilot program, and I think it's important to move ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Pickle. Clearly, as you look at the overall goals as it relates to climate, electrification and transportation yields a great deal of benefit at a cost that is favorable as compared to some other sectors or opportunities. And I think more importantly, or equal importance certainly, is the interrelationship between demand and specifically electric demand and the overall ability to move forward with the LA 100 project. And we will have a great deal of time and focus on cost and how we actually manage rates and costs as it relates to the deployment and continual progress toward LA 100. But it is one of the reasons why it will, and from my perspective, it is incredibly important that we begin to focus on our actions in a very intentional way, as opposed to considering all of these things as disaggregate pieces that come up in presentations that do not connect the dots. So appreciate that. Go ahead.
One comment to add what you're saying. The NREL study looked at the cost of supplying electricity for electrification. It didn't look at the cost of electrification itself, and that's homework we need to do. I made my comments on the likely cost-benefit ratios, but we need to do our homework on an ongoing basis, and none of these costs and none of these technologies are static right now.
Appreciate that. Additional questions or comments from our board members before we close out this presentation? And based on the screen, I can't see everyone. So if someone has something to say, please just start.
Let me start. I just want to thank all of our presenters today, from Mark from CEC, Lauren from the Mayor's Office, the representative from Councilmember Mitchell Farrell, David Giron, Rayco, and your staff for wonderful presentation, a lot of details, and also from our external stakeholders, Electrify America, EVgo, Tesla, and we are looking at um, the pace and scale that DWP needs to be involved in electrification of transportation because of the significant amount of emissions, that that our communities are impacted, and the goal of increasing the adoption for EVs. I think now we should look at and say and take the words if or but out of our conversation, but there's no more debate. I think this is how are we going to make electrification of the transportation sector effective, and reimagining the role of LADWP in that space, because we do have a significant role in ensuring that these reductions are significantly curtailed or met because of the impact of climate change. We are living in the climate change right now, and it's not gonna get any better. It's gonna get worse. So as I talked about the capacity planning and bandwidth and all that earlier, I think we should keep that top of our minds. How are we going to be more effective being a partner with our communities and external stakeholders, really seeing what our effective role is. I think Metro was even mentioned earlier, but very briefly. I think Metro is a huge partner when it comes to reducing emissions and electrifying our transportation sector. And then our disadvantaged communities and low-income communities that we always talk about, but really we need to be more intentional in how we partner with them, specifically because those low-income communities bear the burden of the pollution that transportation emits, whether in the transportation corridors or in our buses, with our city surrounding our city. So we should look at partnerships with our community-based organizations. We have a successful program with Pacoima Beautiful, and the Envoy EV with CarShare. We've seen the successful Blue LA and now the Blink Mobility CarShare. We should take that into consideration as well, because with multifamily homes, it's a little bit harder to deploy those infrastructure, although we should, with the new rates coming up, probably have more traction or momentum going out our way. And then lastly, with our rebates program, we always talk about rebates and, but we look at the numbers, there are still huge gaps. We talked about the staffing. We really have to be more quicker in terms of responding to capacity and the bandwidth that we need to really implement these programs. Digitizing the application process, really looking at an electronic and streamlined way of doing business with those applicants that we have who are very interested. Because once we release the next tranche of monies, we'll be oversubscribed. And what does that mean? Therefore, we are back to the same problem again of really thinking, how are we then going to, be responsive to the folks who are interested in our electrification programs. So I just want to make sure that there is an understanding of where and how we play our role, how significant it is, not just on the economic side, but also on the environmental justice side, as we really look into steering the work that we do and making a difference in those communities that we serve. So I thank our external partners for thinking about more creatively of how we should do things and giving us those suggestions. We should be looking and listening to them and trying to see how we could make those happen. and then at the same time, looking and reflecting at our internal capacity and what it is that we're planning to do to be more comprehensive and more customer driven when it comes to electrification of the transportation sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. I do have a motion to present in connection with this item for future consideration, but before doing so, I'd like to open up public comment.
Cynthia, may I just say one thing?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Neiman, Brady, please.
Yes, sorry, President McClain-Hill.
Not a problem at all.
You know, I just wanted to make a very quick observation and really teeing off of things that everyone has said at this point, and particularly Susana in the last point around the urgency here. I mean, we have 100 months to 2030, and that's not that much time. And I think everybody who's participated in today's discussions clearly would agree that we're all rowing in the same direction. It's how we can get there as expeditiously and cost effectively as possible. And so really my comment is more about our general desire as a board to want to help that happen and to speak to the greater public as well as the speakers to know that we're working on it. And, you know, the team and hiring related issues is something that comes up near every board meeting. And it's something that we're addressing throughout the entire organization, not just for this purpose. And we know that the teams need more people. So all of this is to say that we are very intent on meeting the city's goals, the state's goals, and being a leader in all of those things. And if anybody knows me too, you know, telling me that SCE or PG&E are doing something better just fires me up. So we're on board to be the best and to do the best here. So thank you for everyone's efforts, and we'll continue to charge forward.
Thank you. I know that we had some public comment on this item, and I certainly did want to take that up before offering up a motion for future consideration. We have been joined at this meeting by former board vice president, a past board member that I have a very special relationship to, if for no other reason than upon his vacation of this seat, I was appointed to the board. And someone who was extremely involved in and instrumental in the early efforts to move forward our EV infrastructure program, in particular to advance its focus around equity. So I will invite him to lead off our public comment. Mr. Funderburg, the floor is yours, and as a former board member, I will simply ask you to be judicious in your time, but not turn on the 2-minute clock, so please.
Thank you, Board President, Madam President McCLAIN-HILL, and thank you especially for your leadership, Board Vice President Reyes. We worked together. We fought hard for this when it was unpopular. We all knew that it was economic. And that's the gist of my comments. My comments are focused on economics. Equity follows when you look at economics, and you can do more equity when you look at economics. Commissioners BARAD-HOPKINS, NEEMAN, BRADY, and Lara and CYNTHIA, thank you also for your leadership and support of this. I think that what Commissioner Neiman Brady said holds true. I like the 100 months and the 100 commission. We just need to work on making sure that the commission of 100 is diversified at the principal level, which I'm sure has been done since I raised it a few times. Instead of getting into anything more, then I'm just going to go right to my conclusions. How about that? So my recommendations, for whatever they're worth, as the now retired 30-year environmental lawyer and litigator and project developer at H2O and PowerGroup.com. I have a number of things. Number one, board governance at all levels of the supply chain. That includes the OEMs. That includes anybody benefiting from any dollar spent by DWP. There should be disclosure, there should be transparency, and as soon as there's transparency, then people make changes. Half of anybody involved in anything should be women. There is no excuse for it not to be women, and this is a message that I have. I can't tell you what to say to OEMs, but I would say this as a commissioner. The OEMs, you got to get your boards diversified, you have to get your senior management diversified, and you have to get everyone diversified. It's about cultural fluency and cultural competency, and it starts at the board governance level. And I'm not picking on the OEMs that were here. I think it should be looked at every supply chain level. Leverage the Small Business Academy that DWP already has and set up also, I believe, in the San Fernando Valley as well. Initially through USC, then the San Fernando Valley as a way of getting the message out to how women and minority business owners and disabled veteran business owners can benefit from the billions of dollars that are going to be spent. Recruitment. Make sure to emphasize the HBCUs and historically Latino colleges in the country in recruitment. I know that that's been an issue, but we can no longer say we can't find any. Educate bilingually. Me encanta español, me encanta México, especialmente. I love Spanish, I love Mexico especially. Hay 5% personas en Los Ángeles que platican español en sus casas. How many? There are 50% of the households in LA City. These are ratepayers. And so when I say that, use this as an opportunity for extending community engagement, for getting the message out to those households and other underserved or overlooked communities. On the distribution end, that Commissioner McCLAIN-HILL is aptly focused on. The most difficult problem I had as a commissioner was allocating hundreds of millions of dollars to undergrounding wires in largely wealthy neighborhoods. I did not like it, but we had to do it because that's where the demand was. These are communities also that have been historically underserved and historically underinvested in. Remediate, remediate, remediate. This isn't reparations. This is about economics and giving the user experience and making the ratepayers and deploying assets equitably. Look at the Slauson corridor. Look at the Central Avenue corridor. Look at Wilmington, not San Pedro. I love San Pedro, but look at Wilmington, where you have a significant working class population. Look at Pacoima. Look at Boyle Heights. Okay, and I guess the last thing is that doing equity makes enterprises more efficient. I've had the Bloomberg channel broadcasting in the background for a reason. Because it's about economics. It's about taking care of the ratepayers. And this program that you're embarking on or implementing is a win-win. But first and foremost, it's a win for the ratepayers. And I think that you should be really lauded for the leadership you've shown, for the granularity that you've approached it with, and also doing equity The 3 E's, as Nancy Sutley and I wrote in our article, equity, environment, and economy. When you lead with economy, though, and economics, you will always be able to get the whole city on board with your integrated resource and other planning for electric vehicle charges. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to be heard and to share my thoughts.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. Madam Secretary, we have how many comments in the queue?
2. The first caller is area code 213, and the last 2 digits is 21. Please state your name and the item you'll be speaking on. Caller with the area code 213, last 2 digits 21. Can you hear me? We'll go to the next caller, which may be an internal call. Area code 213, last 2 digits 77.
Yes, my name is Han Sui, and I'm speaking on the item for approval IFP 649. I am from Sunny Electric, the lowest bidder for IFP 649. I decided to speak at this board meeting because I feel that my bid was discriminated in evaluation. I think it is a serious violation of basic rules of competitive bidding. A specific company, Power Partners, was specially treated, while the lowest bidder was unequally treated. And from my experience with supplying transformers for LADWP and other utilities for about 10 years, it is very unusual. And there is something wrong with the evaluation of IFP 649. And this is not the first time. For the same sub-circuit transformer bid 5 years ago, the lowest bidder was rejected by disputable causes. And I assume that Power Partners received unjustifiable benefit. And this is not correct in competitive bidding. And a considerable amount of city fund, $1 million, was spent to benefit Power Partners, and another more than $1 million will be spent to benefit Power Partners. And this is unusual in the competitive bidding. And it is uneasy to explain more details in 2 minutes, so I conveyed my opinions through e-comment and letters of protest. So please review and investigate whether any unfair preference was given to Power Partners. And our little investigation will show that Power Partners are specially treated. I expect LADWP will consider the award to make a fair and right decision as done for other transformer bids. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One last call for caller with the area code 213, last 2 digits 21. Okay. That will now close all public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. And as I indicated, I'd like to offer a motion at this time for future consideration, actually for consideration at our next board meeting. In order to ensure appropriate follow-up to today's presentations and discussion, I'm introducing the following motion, directing the General Manager to do the following for consideration and adoption by the board at its next meeting. 1, report back to the board within 30 days, identifying a single individual with responsibility for overseeing, coordinating, and directing the overall transportation, electrification, and electric vehicle programs and initiatives for the department. The report should also include an organizational chart showing the relationships between various department divisions and staff responsible for electric vehicle and transportation electrification operations and policy, indicating their reporting relationship to the responsible individual. The report should also identify the budget by FI and job number for these programs and initiatives, along with the specific individuals with authority for spending, if authority is shared with the lead individual. 2, evaluate options available to upgrade or transition our local distribution grid to better meet the rapidly expanding need for faster, more efficient installation and commissioning of commercial and residential chargers, and to report back to the board with the options identified and an analysis of the key decision points that need to be made, as well as the timeline for preliminary benefit cost analysis for each option included within 180 days. In the interim, the general manager shall present to the board staffing and training needs to increase our level of service for installation and upgrades for EV charging infrastructure. 3, evaluate and recommend for consideration by this board potential changes to the residential and commercial charger and installation rebate structure, including commercial EV make-ready programs, in order to properly incentivize electric charger station deployment, including within disadvantaged communities. Such evaluation should include a comprehensive analysis of LADWP's rate incentives and those of other municipal and investor-owned utilities, and review and input by the ratepayer advocate, and include specific timelines for any recommended rebate incentive changes. I would note that only used EV rebates are currently targeted to disadvantaged communities, and I'd like that decision also explored. Review staffing levels and evaluate available technology to improve rebate processing times, and to present a plan for clearing the residential rebate program processing backlogs within 60 days. Such plans should maintain rebate processing completion times at not greater than 30 days after receipt of a completed rebate application. Additionally, the general manager shall report on the status of rebate processing timelines on a monthly basis to this board. 5, report on the department's coordination with other city agencies in relationship to the installation of commercial and residential chargers, including an evaluation of options available to streamline processes between different city agencies. And finally, to provide comprehensive report on LADWP's electric transportation programs, progress, successes, and challenges to this board on a semi-annual basis. I do want to acknowledge and appreciate that a great deal of this planning is underway. However, it seems important to me that there be specific timelines and report backs and an organization and structure that both elevates and prioritizes this work so that the board can conduct appropriate oversight, and we can ensure that it is being managed with the urgency that it deserves, pursuant to Commissioner NEEMAN Brady's observation around timelines. Finally, I did take note of the suggestion by industry that a working group be established, and we'll have additional comments on that at our next meeting after consultation with board members to identify the potential composition of a board level ad hoc committee that would be party to and assist in the convening of that working group. So that will be my motion. Marty, I know you can't take notes that fast. It is written down, and that will be presented at the next board meeting for consideration by the full board.
Madam President?
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, I would like to propose 2 amendments or friendly amendments to the motion. And one, because of the significant work that we do with LA Metro and the Port of LA. So one addition that I'm proposing is to develop a plan of action for a multi-year partnership with LA Metro on its electrification projects and infrastructure needs, and incorporating an equity lens in support of the LA Metro mission of increasing access to clean public transit by disadvantaged communities, and that this report be presented to the board within 60 days. The other amendment that I would like to propose is to create a port action plan because the ports emit significant emissions. So create a port action plan in coordination with the South California Edison to define the incentives and streamline processes for heavy duty and medium duty charging and EV adoption, including for small fleet operators, and a service plan to upgrade power infrastructure for future charging needs in order to meet the port's goal of 100% zero emissions range by 2035. And this is in line with the mayor's Green New Deal LA plan. Those are the two proposed amendments that I bring forward to the board today.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes, and I agree that this motion for future consideration will be expanded to include those additional items. It will be circulated with our next board meeting, at which point it can be fully discussed and responded to by both the board members and also the general manager. Is there anything else that anyone would like to offer at this time? Marty, your staff has been quite, they've carried a major load for this meeting. Is there anything that you'd like to say in response to either the presentation by department staff, anything with respect to the stakeholder panel, comments or reaction to Dr. Pickle's presentation? Or would you like to close this section out in any other fashion?
Well, thank you. First of all, I do want to thank the stakeholders who, the three companies that came and spoke. We have a long history of engagement with them, and certainly we're trying to make business work better for all of us so that we can really accomplish the goals of the future. I want to thank the Power System staff did a great job putting together stuff. Yamin did a fantastic work, a very detailed presentation. I think the board recognizes there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of decisions to be made. We appreciate Paul the chance to come back. I like the motion and the fact that we can present to the board with a definitive plan and get some policy direction on where we go with rebates and other things that would really facilitate the kind of investments that we need to make, the decisions we need to make as a department in terms of leveraging our resources and helping move the vehicle electrification forward. So I think this is the most comprehensive one-place discussion I've ever heard on all these issues. But I do think that the fact that as I think Yamin said early on, we were already ahead of schedule on a previous goal, and that previous goal is now just a fraction of what we need to accomplish. And so we need to retool to meet a much broader, more aggressive goal, and we'll bring a plan to get there to the board according to your motion. But thank you for giving us the chance and the time as a staff to report on all these efforts. I think we made a lot of headway. Obviously, a lot of work to do still.
Okay, well, thank you all. We will resume the remainder of our agenda. Are there any additional comments from our ratepayer advocate on agendized items? I can't see, but I don't hear anything, so I assume.
Yes. Yes, there are. On items L1 and L2, they involve cost adjustments for both water and for power. I think it's worth noting that on the water adjustments, while for the median customer, the impact is a slightly lower bill for customers who use water in the higher tiers, 3 and 4, because of the shortage situation that's developing in our water supply. Those tiers are much more expensive, and it would be good if the department did focused outreach to customers in Tier 3 and Tier 4 because they're going to be hit hard with these higher costs in next calendar year.
Thank you. Any questions or comments regarding the ratepayer advocates' observations?
Just to say that's a great observation and good suggestion on the advocacy work around the Tier 3 and Tier 4, so thank you.
And the sooner this is done, the better, because it gives time to do investments that might help conserve water.
Thank you. We'll move on to item G, Board Secretary. Discussion with neighborhood councils.
No community impact statements or formal positions were filed by any neighborhood councils on the items on today's agenda.
Thank you. We'll move to item H. And are there items that commissioners would like to have presentations on? I would like a brief presentation on item 4. Very brief, but would like to call that item special. Are there any other items that folks have interest in hearing about? If not, if there's a motion for approval of the remainder of our agenda calendar, or I'm sorry, remaining items on the agenda, I would entertain that motion at this point.
So moved.
Second, would you please call the roll?
President McCLAIN-HILL.
Present. I'm sorry. Yes.
Vice President Reyes.
Aye.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady.
Yes.
And Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS.
Not hearing from Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS, but that motion passes with 3 ayes, so that's terrific. If we could then move to item J, the monthly reports. Are there any comments or questions regarding the filed items?
President McCLAIN-HILL, Dave Pettyjohn, who's sitting in for Anselmo today, would like to mention one thing on the water monthly report.
Terrific, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Marty, and thank you, President McCLAIN-HILL and Commissioners. What I have here today is the Water Reuse Association of California's award for the 2001 Recycled Water Advocate of the Year. And this award actually went to one of our own, Jesus Gonzalez, who works in water resources as a waterworks engineer. And I just wanted to show this to the board and honor Jesus and all his hard work. He really led the effort with the Water Reuse Association this year in developing a whole series of video outreach that promoted recycled water that was used locally, regionally, and across the state. So congratulations to Jesus Gonzalez.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. A really important place to demonstrate leadership. If there are no other questions or comments regarding filed reports, we'll go to K, recommendation for approval of minutes. We have 2 minutes to be addressed for July. Let's start with July 13th, as all commissioners were present. I'm sorry, and July 20th, so we have 3. As all commissioners were present at those 2 meetings, all commissioners are eligible to vote. Is there a motion to approve?
I move approval.
I'll second.
Second.
We can call the roll.
President McCLAIN-HILL.
Aye.
Vice President Reyes,
Aye.
Commissioner Neiman Brady.
Aye.
3 ayes. The 824.
With respect to our 824 meeting, I think that we have lost Commissioner BARAD-HOPKINS, so we will hold that over. We don't have 3 commissioners present that can vote on that item. We'll now go to item number 4. Item number 4. I'm sorry, to L, which would be item number L4. And if you would share with us the pilot agreement, that would be terrific.
Thank you, Commissioners. Steve, if we could go actually 2 slides forward. So as part of our background, if you could go 1 back, as part of the background for these EV rates, back in 2019, the board did approve a 5-year pilot for electric service, but this really focused more on electric buses and commercial fleets. And we didn't have any customers who took advantage of this because they were still developing plans and they think they needed different options. So over the last several months, we have worked with Guidehouse to develop commercial EV rates. And our goal with this was to attract third-party infrastructure investment in Los Angeles, support and accelerate electrification by encouraging EV adoption, and facilitate public charging, and then also reflect the cost of serving EV customers in JWP's rate classes. So those were our goals as we started out. Next slide. And as we did this, we wanted to encourage the adoption. We wanted to attract the charging providers and the infrastructure, promote the fleet, but also offer affordable rates. And when we had Guidehouse come in, they actually did a goal-setting process with power system, financial services, and other stakeholders just to make sure we were on the same page. Next slide. So as we did our EV rate methodology, one of the first things that we wanted to do was define our rate options. There are other rate options other utilities have, but we need something to work with our current systems, our current processes, to define those components to recover our costs. And then with Guidehouse's help, calculate the rate for each of those structural components to align with regulatory requirements, and ensure that the new EV commercial charging rates contribute to the financial stability of LADWP and benefit all DWP customers. And then develop a rate case for that process. And we discussed these rates with Electrify America, EVgo, Tesla, and LADWP, so they could look at the proposed rate structure and make sure it works with them, for them as well. And the next slide. And with Guidehouse's help, we also looked at what are other utilities doing as well as far as their time of use rates. And so one of the things on this proposed rate structure is it does have a different time of use period. So right now, our peak period is 1 to 5 in the middle of the day, tied to our old electric rate ordinances. But for this time of use rate for EV charging, it will be 4 to 9 when we're really trying to encourage people not to utilize the system as the sun is going down and we have more energy that we're going to need to provide instead of solar being able to provide it. So we did look at some of these other areas that have the same time of use period. Next slide. So we have 2 pilot offers. One of them is a EV rate option that doesn't include peak pricing, and then we do have a second option B that includes critical peak pricing. And this is similar to some of the other contracts that the department has where 20 days a year maximum we ask these providers to curtail so that we don't have to have a flex alert, we don't have to have any shortages on the system. So both of these options are available to the customers, and my understanding that they appreciate having options when they come up with their rates. Next slide. So these options are very similar. We do have a customer charge for each customer commercial class, an annual demand charge, which is basically, we look at the annual amount of energy that you used, and we have a rate for that. A monthly demand charge, which is more of what the EV providers want, so that on one month when you have a lot of sales, you pay that amount times the usage. And on a month where you have a slower demand, you pay a smaller amount. And then we have the time of use energy charges for the peak period, the off-peak period, and then the mid-peak period. Next slide. And this slide is taken from our Guidehouse report showing the rates that we have in effect. So the first part of the chart is the option A, the effective rate. So the customer charge for an EVA1 customer, $15.82 a month. The second level is $102. And then the highest, the EV3 charge $140. And then that annual demand charge of $2.39. The monthly demand charge fluctuates from $251 to $221. And then we have the peak period, mid-peak period, and off-peak period pricing per kilowatt hour. And these rates, we've shifted some of the demand charges that we have in our current rate structure to these energy charges, so that the customers that invest in this electrifying our commercial transportation sector will only pay certain costs when customers are using electricity. And then below that is the pricing where it's interruptible. So the critical peak pricing, where 20 days a year they could be asked to curtail. They have the same customer charges and demand charges, but there's a reduction in the energy sales charges for all time periods. But in the event they were not able to assist us in reducing their load, there is that critical peak pricing where we know then we have to provide more energy, and so that's the 86 cents and the 99 cents and the $1.14. And I think as these EV customers look at this, they'll model their load to see, is this something that works for their charging load profiles that they plan to move forward with. Next slide. And as mentioned, this is how we compare on our EV charging rate. For us, is the first bar graph, San Diego Gas and Electric, PG&E, Edison, Glendale Water and Power, and Burbank Water and Power. And we are a little bit higher right now. It's my understanding that Edison has a demand holiday for their electric vehicle charging customers, meaning from now until 2024, they're not going to charge a demand charge to these customers, but in 2024, that will be reassessed. So we know that that's in place. We can't do the same thing. I believe we need, under Proposition 26 and other rules, we need to not shift customer charges between different customer classes. And we believe the rates that we have prepared allow us to keep customers and rates in the right classification. And then the next slide, which is really our request that the board approve these pilot offers. We believe they're cost neutral to LADWP's ratepayers. The use of these should enhance our financial stability of our electric assets, and that the use of these should grow the load for LADWP through promotion of clean fuel business. And these rates would replace the ones that the board approved in 2019, so those ones would no longer be offered, it would just be these. And financial services request the board's approval for these so we can work with the EV customers.
A couple of things. So thank you very much for this presentation. Like the Whitcare advocate, I am concerned about a 5-year pilot that is locked in place for 5 years, and would want to see this item reported out on annually. So that to the extent that over the course of the pilot that we determine that there are some tweaks or changes or other modifications that need to be made, that we are in a position to do that. I also just want to make the observation that while it is, really terrific to have this effort supported by, so many, it does represent an area where our pace of addressing a clear and a significant challenge to the deployment of infrastructure within our service area did not seem to align with either our business interests and objectives or industries. And as government, that's always something that we have to be mindful of and seek to overcome. Every month lost is significant. We can't get time back, and there are real consequences both for us, for our customers, for our, for industry, and it really becomes an impediment to achieving our overall objectives. So I just am compelled to say that and to challenge all of us to be as proactive and as timely and as aggressive as we can be in moving items forward with both urgency and a sense of how those items align to our overall priorities. I say that fully aware of the amount of work that every member of this department has on its plate, his or her plate, and with sincere appreciation for what each person does. Working with this board and with senior management, we will need to pay a great deal of attention to both resources and prioritization so that we can know and be intentional about what is delayed and be very specific about what is accelerated and advanced. So those are my comments, and kudos to a process that got us to this day in terms of the substance of the process, notwithstanding the significant amount of time that it took to get from a place that was unworkable and hugely problematic to a place that facilitates and incentivizes our objectives. Any comments before we take this matter up?
I just have minor comments as well, and thank you. It's been a long time coming. Thank you for this pilot program that we're going to undertake. Like President McCLAIN-HILL, I'll be curious as to the results of this rate pilot, but I would like to also see earlier what the initial uptake of this pilot program looks like, and some probably initial recommendations on accelerating best-in-class charging rates in the next 5-year rate case. But I'll leave it up to the team and for you guys to really see if there's something reportable to the board that you would like to make us aware for the initial uptake, and not wait for like the 1-year report. And also I'm interested to see a report back in 60 days on the uptake of the EV time of use meter, the TOU, and the recommendations to look at those incentives, probably revise the incentive to encourage sign up of the time of use meter. But thank you for this report. That is really really heartening for me, because we've been hearing a lot of folks that are anticipating this, and now that it's here, let's make it happen.
Anne?
We'll definitely report back on the uptick on how many customers sign up for this, the usage, and the other items. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to move this item, to pass this item?
I move approval of the motion.
Second.
Board Secretary?
President McCLAIN-HILL.
Aye.
Vice President Reyes.
Aye.
Commissioner NEEMAN Brady.
Aye.
3 ayes.
That concludes the public portion of our meeting today. So thank you all. We are about 8 minutes to 3. So if we could move into closed session and begin closed session at 3 o'clock, that would be great. So I look forward to seeing the commissioners at 3.
At this point, we will recess into closed session, and in accordance with California Government Code Section 54957.1, we will report any final actions taken therein. We are in recess until 3 o'clock, at which time we will reconvene in closed session. Thank you.